From the City FM City TV family, we bring you compliments of the season. Merry Christmas. It was a silent night. Holy night. Full is warm and also bright. Round your earth. Oh, mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild. Sleeping heaven. Also. It was a silent night. Holy night. Hallelujah. All is calm and also bright. Round your earth, mother and child. Holy infant, hallelujah. Tender and mild. Sleeping heavenly. Also. It was a silent night, you should know that right, still a holy night, yeah, you know that right, I am waiting for mama to put the gifts under the tree, hoping Santa Claus is coming down the chimney. You can take my joy, but you can never take my glee. Yeah, I like to laugh, you can up and just sue me, waiting for salvation like an order of KFC or the retards, but you think you can understand the mind of a young boy, but just know this, it was a silent night. Oh, mother and child. Holy. Come on, please. Also hallelujah. Sleeping heavenly. Also heavenly. Sleeping heavenly. Also heavenly. Hallelujah. Also heavenly. Sleeping.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple, Abosilkai in Accra at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Hello, good morning, and many thanks to you for choosing us on the 6th of January 2025. This is Breakfast Daily, and my name is Nanatufo Boate.
My name is Jifa Kedi Akoto. It's always an absolute pleasure to bring to you the morning show, and thank you for sticking with us this morning. We have a great lineup of interesting conversations that you may want to stick and stay with us. You can join us via social media at Channel One TVGH using the hashtag Breakfast Daily if you want to send a message via X, or you can also send your WhatsApp messages via the phone number 02044470333. This morning, Nanatufo and his guest will be having very, very important conversations about some fire outbreak issues in the Kwadasu wood market, as well as the fire that gutted the Kantamanta market over the last week. And also we'll be looking at some parliamentary or the 9th Parliament inauguration conversations right here on the show. So do stay with us.
Rightly so, quite a packed show, and so you'd want to stick and stay right here on Channel One Television, even as we unwrap the various issues. I mean, around this period, you'd rather be unwrapping gifts, but hey, there are a number of issues of national concern, of national interest, and that's why we're here to serve you nothing but the best breakfast in town. This is Channel One Television. This is Breakfast Daily. Let's start off the show with our quote of the day.
Right, this morning's quote of the day comes from Richie Norton, and Richie says, every sunset is an opportunity to reset. Every sunrise begins with new eyes. Every sunset is an opportunity to reset, and every sunrise begins with new eyes. That's the quote of the day from Richie Norton.
Interesting. At this point, I'm tempted to believe Richie Norton is a Ghanaian.
So when I saw the quote and I saw the word reset, I was like, okay.
I mean, in a matter of hours, we're going to be swearing in the president-elect, right?
Yes.
And he has an agenda to reset. But here's the catch. By close of day today, the sun will set on the 8th Parliament.
And a new one.
And by dawn of tomorrow, the sun will rise on the 9th Parliament.
Right.
That's why I'm tempted to believe Richie is actually a Ghanaian.
I think that the quote is just right. It came just right in time, and is the perfect quote to start the Monday morning with. But looking at it on the other hand, I think Richie is saying that, I mean, at every given day, you get a new opportunity to want to live. You get a new opportunity to want to do what you couldn't do in the day before. So give every opportunity or take every opportunity by the horn. And the quote also goes on to say that every sunrise begins with a new eye. And it just simply, for me, I understand that with every sunrise, when you have a new eye, when you have another life, it just denotes or means a new beginning, a fresh start, and the need to be grateful.
Exactly. I agree. I mean, basically what he's trying to tell us is that, I mean, the conversations or the words of 2024 belong to the language of 2024. You get it. That sun has set. That ship has long sailed. It's time to move on. The opportunities of every coming day, I mean, it gives you the platform to improve and to better yourself and to better your lot. So be optimistic, look on the bright side of life, go out there, go conquer to the best of your ability. And as far as God embraces you, why not?
Of course.
Go out there and be the best that you can. And I mean, for me, I am thinking that 2025, every single Ghanaian should be focused on being a change maker. Let's make change in our little ways, in our little corners, from our homes, our offices, wherever we find ourselves. If we begin with those little steps, gradually we're going to see the country move towards that direction that we're all looking for.
Absolutely, Nana, because most of the times we are always screaming at government to do things right. We are always striving for a better country, for a better economy, for a better environment, especially when it comes to our sanitation issues and issues that have to, social issues, for example. But then again, we forget that the government cannot do it all alone.
Exactly.
You and I make up the government. It's about a mindset.
Governance is actually a shared responsibility.
Exactly. So if you are calling on the duty bearers or whoever is responsible to do right by you, and you are not also living by expectations, or you are not doing what will enable whoever is responsible to help us, and that we need to meet each other halfway, some way, somehow.
Exactly.
And then we can all have the Ghana that we so much yearn for. So really, I agree.
So every sunset is an opportunity to reset, reflect on the happenings of the day before the sunset, take away the positives and run with it, push away that negative energy. And of course, the sun rises with new eyes. And so plan, prepare, execute. And of course, you see yourself as a better Ghanaian that we're all hoping for. Yeah?
Right.
All right. I mean, it's interesting the kind of conversations we're going to be having on the show today. Today actually is a very busy day in Ghana's democratic dispensation. For 8 consecutive times, we've seen parliamentary transitions. This will be the 9th. And so by close of day today, the 8th parliament stands dissolved. And then from the dawn of tomorrow, we'll see the 9th parliament inaugurated and coming into force. And so we'll be seeing and, of course, discussing heavily topics surrounding the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. When you go online, I'll take you to channel1news.com real quick, real snappy, and then you get to know that, I mean, as we've mentioned, some of these stories are making the headlines. They cut across almost all the online portals. If you jump to Channel 1, this one from Parliament says, I'll ensure Parliament remains a responsive institution. This is Alban Bagbin on his nomination. Story there is that President-elect John Dramani Mahama has called on, or has urged or mandated the leadership of the NDC caucus in Parliament to renominate or to maintain Speaker Alban Bagbin as the Speaker for the 9th Parliament. And in his acceptance, he's issued a statement that says that I will ensure Parliament remains a responsive institution. This is Alban Bagbin on his nomination. When you look at other stories, commissioning of Sewia Hospital, a lawless act that cannot be revoked. There's this Eurojet. Eurojet are the construction firm responsible for the building of the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewia in the Ashanti region. Now, we know that over the weekend, the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, commissioned the 250-bed facility. However, the contractors responsible for the building of the facility say that, well, they did not give any clearance for that commissioning. The project is still not complete, and so they are at a loss as to how that commissioning was done. They also mentioned that none of their staff was present at this commissioning, and have gone even on to threaten legal action. We're going to be looking at all these headlines. I won't be doing this alone. Of course, I have my boss seated right here next to me, Vivian Kailoko, the head of news here, Channel 1 TV, and of course, 97.3 City FM. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
I feel like almost every day, but
I know, right?
officially, I have to probably
we have to make it official. We need to make the world know.
I know, right? Charlie, how have you been?
It's been good. I mean, we have been here.
Yeah.
doing what we have been called to do, serving Mother Ghana.
And what we love to do.
And what we love to do, of course. And so, yeah, it's been good. The beautiful thing is that we don't get to miss each other too much.
No.
We happy to see each other a lot. So, yeah, it's good.
But I thought the newspaper said we're returning today.
I am thinking that because tomorrow is a holiday, they're like, well, why not?
But they should have told us.
Let's just add it on and then we'll come back strong on Wednesday.
They should have, because I see only Daily Post and Daily Democrat. So I think we have to go to their sites to check them out. So you have started
I have started with Channel One. Let me just give a few more headlines.
Okay.
Ernest Addison, the governor of the Bank of Ghana is here, and he says revoked banking licenses won't be reinstated under my watch. That's the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Ernest Addison, speaking. We always believed the numbers wouldn't change. Patrick Boama speaking there. That's the member of parliament for Kaikwe Central.
Okay.
The battle has ended. I am ready to work. Charles Forson, that's MP-elect for Tema Central, speaking there. This follows, of course, the collation, which stems, of course, out of the order by the High Court for the EC to complete collation in some 4 disputed constituencies. Mahama directs NDC to nominate Bagben as Speaker for 9th Parliament. Also there on channel1news.com. Martin Ejay-Mensah Kosa retains Techiman South seat after collation. And then you have EC confirms Patrick Boama as MP-elect for Kaikwe Central. And a host of other stories there. There's the Kumasi Wood Market ravaged by fire as well on there. So go to channel1news.com and you get all these stories and more.
Okay, so Nana, I'll take you to My Joy and see what they have for the morning. A story that's caught my attention. It says Nigeria's Nathaniel Bassey to minister at Donald Trump's inaugural prayer breakfast.
Okay.
Remember Archbishop Duncan Williams also said the prayer the time Donald was, elected. So I think they are giving opportunities to, Africans to be part of that. But come back to Ghana proper, and then it has the story about court sets January 6th, which is today, to rule on NPP's application to set aside injunction against Equatorial MP-elect. And then also you spoke about Mahama endorsing Bagben, or urging the MPs from his side to vote for him. And Bagben says, I'm humbled by Mahama's confidence in me to lead the 9th Parliament. And also some story which is brewing and it's pretty serious, has to do with the Eurojet issue. And it says Sewea Hospital is incomplete. Commissioning by President Akufo-Addo is quote-unquote illegal and breaches contract.
That's quite serious.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the tone of that statement.
Yeah, the statement by Eurojet. Yeah.
It's
For
like
a contractor working on a government project, I don't know. It all comes down to the internal bickerings that we always complain about. And perhaps the non-payment, arrears, the lack of funds to complete projects. But, I mean, one person works. Now who calls some?
Now who calls some?
Now who calls some?
Yes, so yeah.
And having seen, for commissioning of such a project that has been touted over the period, a 250-bed facility, Ashanti Regional Hospital, and the commissioning looks like it was done under wraps.
Yeah, and I don't even know the haste to commission.
Yeah.
To add it to games or boxes to be ticked or what. If it's not complete, it's not complete.
Yeah.
Right? I'm even told that the media wasn't even invited to be part of that inauguration or whatever it was. But we'll see how it pans out. Because Eurojet is threatening to take legal action because it's not been paid and a lot of arrears and all that. So we are hoping to hear from the authorities around that health to see what they'll say. So these are some of the stories from My Joy Online. And the final one from My Joy Online says, CDD Ghana's Professor Kwesi Prempeh raises issues with Mahama's approach to endorsing Bagben. So, as typical of us in Ghana, we'll always look at some of these things that come up. So that's from myjoyonline.com.
All right, let me take you to citynewsroom.com. When you go to citynewsroom.com, there's a full guide to security and seating arrangements for Mahama's inauguration on January 7. So when you go there, click on that link, you get the full details there regarding security and seating arrangements for President-elect John Dramani Mahama's inauguration on January 7. We will be there live. We will bring you all the action, all the pictures, all the sights, all the sounds right here on Channel 1 television. And so you would want to make a date with us here. Other stories say Biden honors Ghanaian engineer Dr. Victor Lawrence with U.S. National Medal of Technology. Okay, so these are some of the persons we should be tapping into.
Congratulations to him.
We should be bringing them home to, help with, although the MPP didn't come, of course, the digitalization drive should continue. And so we will need some of these persons who are receiving international medals of honor in technology back home to assist.
People want to come home. I was speaking with a Ghanaian who is doing very well abroad and wanted or tried coming home to set up, you know, a business. And he wasn't happy about how things went in terms of the environment. So I think we need to deliberately create the environment for businesses, whether Ghanaian or foreign investors, to thrive, to grow the economy. So this goes to the handlers of the...
There are some who have even come and, for want of a better word, have been heartbroken to the extent that they've just packed bag and baggage and left.
Shall because it's some of the things, if you don't have, I mean, you can't do it because it's not right. So, I mean, we hope things get better this time around.
Okay. Akufo-Addo's AD camp recovers after collapsing during State of the Nation address. NDC files appeal against High Court ruling on NPP's mandamus application. Court directs EC to finalize collation in Tema Central, Ablekuma North, 2 other constituencies. So yeah, basically these are stories that came over the weekend. There's been progress, or there's been development of these stories regarding the collation of results in 3 of them. That's Tema Central, Okaikwe Central, and Techiman South. The EC has completed collation and declared the seats in favor of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, and its parliamentary candidates. And of course, there's Ablekuma North, which is still outstanding because there's some confusion regarding, I think, about 20 pink sheets.
Yeah, 26.
26 or so pink sheets. And so, yeah, we are waiting to see what the EC's direction towards that will be.
So we'll see those who will be allowed to be sworn in from these disputed 4, because the NDC has gone back to court to appeal that, you know,
and then there's the Akwitia also outstanding. We are waiting what the court's ruling will be today regarding, I think, Eskumi. That's the MPP's candidate.
Pretty interesting times around elections this time.
You see, with the, if Speaker Bagben is retained, right? I mean, there's an inference. If we're drawing an inference from what happened with the declaration of the 4 seats vacant in the 8th Parliament.
And his statements.
And going into a 9th Parliament with seats being disputed in court. It will be interesting to see what his direction will be.
What you'll be saying and doing.
regarding those 4 seats. Interesting times ahead. Times ahead.
Okay, let me take you to Graphic Online. They have this interesting story from the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Ernest Addison. He says, as long as I remain governor of BOG, none of those revoked banks will have their licenses back. That's a pretty strong statement from him. And then also, Wenchi Church honors 20 girls for keeping their virginity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's a good one there. And then, of course, we have NPP 88 seats, NDC 183 seats, 4 independent MPs in the 9th Parliament, giving us an overview of what the 9th Parliament will entail. And finally, from there, NDC is rejecting collated results for all 4 outstanding constituencies. It is illegal. That's its deputy IT and elections boss speaking over there, Mr. Tanko.
Okay, let me take you to the Herald. The Herald Ghana says, Alban Bagben and others lead 9th Parliament from today. Osei Mensah Bonsu calls out MPP National Council. Akufo-Addo stirs anger. Okay, this one says, resetting the Ghana Armed Forces a must for JDM. Gadangme pressure groups declare war in quote, on Akufo-Addo and Achim Mafia for closing McDonald's aviation. Tong Chiefs Union congratulates President-elect. Okay. When you go, the host of other stories as well. So I think we can look at a few of them and get the details there. Of course, the Eurojet is the biggest story if you take away Parliament and dissolution and inauguration ahead. And so let's take a quick look into the Eurojet story. I'm reading from channel1news.com. It says, commissioning of Sewua Hospital, a lawless act that cannot be overlooked. And this is attributed to Eurojet. Eurojet, the Invest SA, has expressed strong objections to the government's commissioning of the Ashanti Regional 250-bed hospital in Sewua on Saturday, January 4, 2025, describing the move as a breach of contractual protocols. Now, in a statement dated January 5, 2025, the company disclosed that the government proceeded with the commissioning of the health facility without its consent, despite being the contractor responsible for the project. Quote, the company, which secured the funding for the hospital's construction, was not consulted regarding this purported commissioning. Additionally, there was no representative from Eurojet present at the event, which accentuates our exclusion from a critical milestone in the project. Eurojet further criticized the government's actions, describing them as an invasion of an incomplete facility and a disregard for the rule of law, which the company categorized as an act of avoidable lawlessness. Quote, we believe that the government's actions constitute a serious breach of security concerning the hospital, entering the premises without our permission to undertake the commissioning while the hospital remains incomplete and without the contractor being fully compensated, reflects a disregard for the law and contractual agreements. This situation represents a level of lawlessness that cannot be overlooked, end quote. And so when you go to channel1news.com, you find the full statement by Eurojet, the Invest SA there. You can read it and make your own deductions from there.
I mean,
but quite a heavily worded statement.
But if the president of the country and the ministers and whatever have gone to a project that was given to you to work on, I mean, this questioning why you have the right or the audacity to go
and
there.
About security clearance, I'm not too sure whether the president needs security clearance from the contractor to visit the project site. Let alone to commission.
Because all properties of the state is vested in his care.
The president.
So, Charlie, this tone is not necessary.
My only concern has to do with the incomplete state of the facility and whether commissioning the facility is equal to operationalization of the facility, because it's quite a critical infrastructure in the health sector.
And they send pictures and videos of the project, and indeed it's not complete.
It is not complete.
But this era of inaugurating projects that are not complete because you're about going out or you want to win an election, it's so archaic and should be stopped.
The election has ended,
I mean,
so perhaps a test for legacy.
Oh, if you want to get that as part of your legacy, do the right thing and complete it. And inaugurate it. But don't play around the 60%, 40%, 50%. I'm told Obachepi Lamte, there's a similar incident with that, and other commissions or inaugurations we see. If you want your legacy on something, put in your all and finish it. And then when you're inaugurating it, everybody is in support of it. But something is 60% complete. So the hospital, if we say that they should admit people now, would they be able to do it? So what's the point of commission?
And is it even equipped?
So, I mean, the two sides are just off.
I mean, at their level, I think they should be able to judge and find the proper way through this. I mean, we shouldn't be having some of these engagements in the media with such strong worded statements from a contractor against, I mean, a sovereign government. I mean, it just
and we should learn to pay our contractors on time. We should stop this thing, we'll stretch it. By the time you get the money, the value of the contract is reduced so much, you're rather in debt. We should stop all these things, for God's sake. So we have a lot of lessons to learn from this thing.
Other stories?
Let me read quickly another bold statement. I think 2025 is a year of boldness from the governor of the Bank of Ghana. And he says that as long as I remain governor of BOG, none of those revoked banking licenses will be reinstated, Dr. Addison. Now, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, has reiterated that the licenses of banks revoked during the 2017-19 financial sector reforms will not be reinstated as long as he remains in office. In a television interview with Joy News aired on January 2nd, 2025, Dr. Addison responded to appeals for the reinstatement of revoked licenses, saying, as long as I remain governor, none of those licenses will be reinstated. Dr. Addison's statement was in response to questions about the possibility of the incoming government considering the reinstatement of the revoked licenses following appeals by the shareholders of those banks. So it's going to be an interesting 4 years because we know that Dufour wants his license back. We know Amoabing, Indum, all of them wanted their license back. We'll see whether anything of that sort happens. So that's from graphic.com.
We've also heard, I mean, the governor say that the banking sector cleanup was a strong recommendation of the IMF.
Yes, yes.
And so,
but this thing of everything comes back to the sovereignty of a country.
Exactly.
I mean, 2024, 2025, a sovereign country, and Africa that Nkrumah was building to become one of the strongest, still relying on IMF to tell them what to do about everything.
Yeah.
Are we really sovereign? I don't think so.
Well, like I said, interesting times are ahead. Well, the man says as long as he remains governor.
That's also
as
another.
As long as he remains governor. So we'll see how long.
And you know, this dispensation too will be a test of the independence of institutions that are supposed to be independent. Bank of Ghana, the Electoral Commission, and a number of them, whether we'll see changes in their leadership because there's a new dispensation or whether they'll be allowed to operate. It's going to be an interesting 4 years, and I'm excited as a journalist.
We are here for the news, so yes, we can't wait to set the ball rolling and, of course, bring our viewers and our listeners all the exciting news that will come up. But let's take you to Parliament. We know that President-elect John Dramani Mahama has urged leadership of the NDC in Parliament to retain the Speaker, Alban Kingsford Sumanak Bagben, as Speaker for the 9th Parliament. Well, he has issued what, if you like, we'll call an acceptance speech. And he says, I will ensure Parliament remains a responsive institution. This is Bagben on his nomination. Alban Bagben, Speaker of Parliament, has expressed his gratitude to President-elect John Dramani Mahama for endorsing him to retain his position as Speaker. Bagben assured that he would work diligently to strengthen democratic institutions and ensure that Parliament remains an effective and responsive body that meets the needs and aspirations of the people. He described his nomination as a profound responsibility which he does not take lightly. On January 5, 2025, President-elect Mahama instructed the National Democratic Congress NDC parliamentary leadership to nominate the Right Honourable Alban Sumanak Kingsford Bagben as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. This directive followed consultations with the party's leadership and recognized Bagben's exceptional service in Parliament. A veteran legislator, Bagben has held several key positions, including Minority Leader, Majority Leader, and Speaker of the 8th Parliament. Now, in his statement of gratitude, Bagben reaffirmed his commitment to ensuring the 9th Parliament operates at the highest standards, pledging to be more dedicated than ever before. Okay.
So, you know, I was telling Richard last week that, 4 years ago, Parliament, the dissolution and then the new dispensation was so interesting based on what we saw. For the first time in the history of our country, we saw parliamentarians fighting for power, and it was so interesting. I was telling him, definitely the NDC is going to go for Bagben. If the NPP try to bring in somebody else, because of their numbers, it won't get anywhere. So it's pretty straightforward, and that's pretty boring, isn't it?
It's boring, but then of course, I mean, would rather a peaceful transition than a chaotic one.
I mean, no, it's in terms of competition, a competitive speakership. You have two or more, and then picking one.
I don't foresee that type of a competition. I don't even see a proper election taking place. I see an endorsement rather, because the now minority leader, Fenyo Markin, who will be minority leader from tomorrow, has suggested more of an endorsement of Bagben. During the last sitting of the House, no, there's 2 sittings ago, he did suggest where he took a swipe at the minority, accusing them of the tendency to remove Bagben
and warn them
that they shouldn't. So that's
despite their differences.
Exactly, that suggested an endorsement there. So I don't see the type of chaotic scenes we saw regarding the inauguration of the 8th Parliament happening with the 9th.
Pretty straightforward.
Where the action may be will have to do with the 4 disputed constituencies and
whether
they are, the MPs elects will be sworn in.
Yeah.
I mean, I am so looking forward to what Bagbin will say about these 4
You know,
MPs
and I heard
elect.
an MP, I forgot who also, or an official of one of the parties, I think the NDC, saying that they'll see which chairs they'll go and sit on, whether they'll take their own chairs.
Exactly.
You know, these 4 disputed ones. But like you're saying, that will be an interesting one to see. So we'll have a special coverage of that starting from 9 p.m. this evening, all the way till it's done. And then, of course, we move into the inauguration of the president-elect. But before that, you'll be in the hot seat at 10 to take us through the dissolution of Parliament.
The final sitting of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic will be happening from 10 a.m. today, after which the House stands dissolved. And so we'll be here, we'll bring you the coverage of that live here on Channel 1 television and, of course, on Radio 97.3. We'll bring you all the details. The House, of course, has a few deliberations to go on. There's a debate of the mini budget that will happen and, of course, a few other bills under consideration. And then we'll get the final statements from the leadership of both sides of the House, the majority and minority. And then we'll hear Speaker Bagbin officially dissolve the 8th Parliament in preparation for the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. And so stay with us here on Channel 1 television. We'll bring you all the details live on television. Yep. Interesting times ahead, but Vivian, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nana. And Happy New Year again.
Happy New Year.
May this year bring us good tidings.
Amen and amen.
And Happy New Year to your partner in crime, Jifa.
Yes.
You see her at the corner. She's crossed the leg reading. Why is it?
All right. Thank you so much, Vivian. And it's time now for sports. All right, it's time to do the sports review. We start off with the Ghana Premier League, where Bechem United made a statement with a commanding 3-0 win over league leaders Hearts of Lions at the Nana Jiabor Park on Sunday, January 5. Dalvin Yabua's opener on the stroke of halftime and Emmanuel Aban's brace in the 46th and 71st minutes secured the victory for the Hunters, who have now won 5 consecutive matches. Bechem United climbed to 4th place with 29 points, just 1 behind Hearts of Lions, who remain on top with 30 points. Now in Takwa, Asante Kotoko SC and Mediama SC played out a thrilling 1-1 draw at the T&A Stadium in Takwa. Kwame Poku opened the scoring for Kotoko in the 43rd minute, marking his 2nd consecutive goal since his return. Mediama equalized through Kamardini Mahmudu in the 2nd half, with Prince Owusu providing a crucial assist. Kotoko remains in 5th place with 28 points, while Mediama sits 7th with 25 points from 15 games.
Now let's continue with some English Premier League stories as Amad Diallo goal ends deserved draw to deny Premier League leaders at Anfield. Amad Diallo's late goal earned Manchester United a deserved point as they defied recent to draw 2-2 against leaders Liverpool in a thriller at Anfield. Lisandro Martinez had blasted United into a second-half lead, but Kodoy Gakpo's leveler was followed by Mohamed Salah's penalty that briefly looked to have earned the victory that would have sent Arne Slot's side 8 points clear at the top of the Premier League. But Ahmad swept home to the delight of the away supporters and secured a result that offered some encouragement to Ruben Amorim and moved his United side above West Ham into 13th. Harry Maguire could even have won it for the visitors in the final seconds, but skied his efforts over the crossbar. That's all we have for you by way of the sports review this morning. Nana, it's time to get into details. Yep.
Stay with us. We'll bring you details of the various headlines that are making it on the online portals and, of course, the front pages of the newspapers. This is Breakfast Daily. We'll be right back.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Look around.
Home also need a makeover.
Mine clearly does. So we went to Ashroom and found the Como collection. It had everything we're looking for and more. Matching furniture for the entire home, designed with you in mind.
Where's Como collection? Dressing up is just a breeze. Always ready with a perfect accessory.
A magic dressing mirror. One look and you're ready to face the world. Or at least the kids.
A bed perfect for young men who want
a table that turns into a treasure chest.
And finally, a sofa with this grand TV unit for family time at home.
Head over to any Ashfoam store now and discover the new Como collection. Ashfoam, feel it, know it.
Imagine walking into a secure environment you call your own, a home where you are in charge of your own security. But while you dream of a brighter future, shadows could be lurking at your doorsteps and windows. With real-time alerts and a professional response team ready to act, your home is protected around the clock, whether you're away or asleep. Don't wait for safety. Create it. Installed by professionals, our systems integrate seamlessly into your home, guarding every nook and cranny. And with our rent-to-own plan, this unmatched security comes with no burdensome upfront cost. Enjoy your safety, payment at your own pace, and peace of mind. Plus, our theft guarantee protection ensures you're covered in case of any loss, giving you even more peace of mind. Secure your home with Home Shield. Make peaceful sleep a habit, knowing we stand guard. Response 1, protecting your world 24/7.
Grateful that you stayed on with us here on Channel One Television. This is Breakfast Daily, and it's now time for the news review segment. As established already, there's so much to chew on. Today happens to be a very busy day in our democratic dispensation, and so a lot from Parliament, a lot regarding the inauguration of the president-elect, and of course a lot regarding the disputed constituencies. Out of that, of course, we are recording some disasters, some fire outbreaks or fire incidents across certain markets in the country. We'll be getting into details of all of that. Joining me in studio this morning, Ibrahim Ejay, Assistant Secretary, Office of the President. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
Oh,
Amen. Amen. First off, have you done your handing over notes?
Yes, yes.
So you've handed over?
Yes.
You're out of office?
Yes.
So that means you're no longer Assistant Secretary of the President?
Until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow?
Yeah, we're still a post.
Yes.
But the handing over notes have been done. We're still a post.
Great.
Government is a continuum.
Exactly.
You know, it's just like imagine you're a doctor on a shift. Your shift finishes at 12.
Yeah.
At 11:59, PM or AM, whatever the 12 o'clock we're looking at, you're still on duty until you, the other doctor comes in. So that's how it is. Yeah.
Great.
So I'm still the Assistant Secretary at the Office of the President.
But
24 hours.
What was it like, though?
What is it like?
I mean, the transition, knowing that you've served, your time is due, it's time to bow out for the next person to take over.
It's been very fluid. It's not the first time. We did it in 2008, if you recall. But specifically in 2017, you know, witnessing the transfer from former President John Dramani Mahama, now President-elect Mahama's administration to Akufo-Addo's administration, you saw how fluid it is. And I think that's where Ghana is really, really blessed. And I say that not that Ghana is somehow unique within the democratic ecosystem, but I think we are special when it comes to Africa. We see that it's a battle of ideas. I'm talking the political arena. It's a battle of ideas. And when one party wins, the other party, you know, does what it can to continue the main agenda, which is Ghana. We only have one agenda, and that is Project Ghana. So I do my bit, you win the battle of ideas for a cycle, then you come and we do our best to work together. So it's been very fluid. There's no animosity, antagonism, you know, on both parties. It's been very fluid.
It's interesting when, I mean, we hear you guys speak like this. It's just that we hope it's actually practicalized, because for me, what I said, I think the biggest bane of our development as a country is that we do not have policies that transcend political parties or political administrations. And so we see projects that commence under one administration, the next administration comes, and it's stalled.
Well, we have
for whatever
the policy.
reason.
The policies are there. NDPC, National Development Planning Commission. You know, it's part.
But we do not see that continuity.
Yeah, but that's down to the people. But you see continuity in parts. I think you saw that under President Akufo-Addo. A lot of the projects under John Dramani Mahama, former president and now elect, have been continued. And Ghana is still a work in progress. We're not the finished article.
Of course, it's not overnight.
Yes, and I think I've heard President-elect John Dramani Mahama mention that he will, as a policy, make sure that any projects started by President Akufo-Addo will be completed by him. So we're getting there.
Great. All right. Okay, let's get into the stories. And of course, biggest one will be from Parliament. We've seen a statement from the Office of the President-elect endorsing the President-elect John Dramani Mahama endorsing the Speaker, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, as Speaker for the 9th of Parliament. The Speaker subsequently has accepted the nomination and, of course, has issued a statement. Before I get into that, let me welcome into the studio Victor Kwajoga Adaudu. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year to my brother.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
And all the workers here and all our friends and the citizens in general.
Very well.
It's a happy New Year. It's a year of progress.
Amen.
It's a year of hard work.
Yeah, there's a lot of work ahead. A lot of work ahead. Well, it's good to have you gentlemen in the studio. And of course, that's established. We're going to Parliament. President-elect John Dramani Mahama endorsing or nominating Speaker Alban Bagbin for the 9th Parliament to be retained as Speaker. There are certain factions that are not too happy with the President-elect's nomination. Others have okayed it. I don't know where you stand on this. Are you okay with the President-elect endorsing Speaker Bagbin?
Oh, very much so. I think what Honorable Alban Bagbin has shown during the last Parliament, 8th Parliament, he has that institutional memory. I believe he's a fair leader. He can be biased, given where he comes from politically, but overall, he's been very, very fair, I think. And he's been forthright. You know, he's aimed to make sure that Parliament's rights come to the fore in terms of its dealings with the executive. And then you want that. You want that independence of that particular arm. You know, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. And I think he's done that very, very well. Apart from the, as I say, the institutional memory, you want somebody who knows the craft. it's law and the workings of law. I mean, standing orders, all of these things takes a strong leader with the requisite intellect to maneuver Parliament. You know, that's the lawmaking arm of government, and make sure that everybody follows protocol. You know, and then being an adjudicator where necessary. I also liked how he infused originality and ingenuity within our Parliament. I'm one of the people who want that we remove some of the colonial hangovers and how we do things. So when he would come dressed within our cultural attire, it sends a message, both to Ghanaians, Africans, and the world at large, that this is a Ghanaian Parliament. We don't have to copy and paste what was bequeathed to us or left to us by colonial times. And that's just an aside. I like that mindset that I'm creating a Ghanaian Parliament and what have you. But then again, you want somebody who is fair, who is a leader, and who can manage the affairs of Parliament. And I think he's done that so well that I would second, or rather support, President-elect John Dramani Mahama's endorsement of Honorable Alban Gbagbe.
Great stuff. Victor, I mean, the Right Honorable Speaker, he has served as Member of Parliament for Nadoli. He served in the position of Minority Leader, served in the position as Majority Leader, served as Speaker of the 8th Parliament.
Second Deputy Speaker.
Second Deputy Speaker, and before Speaker. And now he's receiving this endorsement, this renomination into the 9th Parliament. What do you make of his, I mean, not necessarily his track record over the years, but of course his stewardship in Parliament, rising to the position of Speaker?
I think let me congratulate him in the first place, and also congratulate him for what he's done. He's achieved for himself, for the nation, and like my brother said, the institutional memory. He's a whole institution on its own. And I think that he brings to the speakership the maturity, the objectivity, and, you know, when we say objectivity, our own people sometimes had issues with him. I'm sure that when Honorable Haruna and Muntaka, they had issues with him because they felt that things that should have been done partisan, or we should have a position, he had a different distance with him. And the same. So if both parties have issues with you, then that means you are doing something right. And I think that it just reminds me of 2005, when I think Peter Alajete was tall. It was a towering image, and as a speaker, even the minority then felt that they should give him the second chance. And he was the minority leader at the time that proposed him. It tells you that when you see good in somebody, irrespective of where the person comes from, you need to push him. I think the account says that the person who climbs, who is climbing a tree with good things has to be pushed. So I think that he's done well. And in the few days, he has also demonstrated that we need to strengthen the legislature. And although there were some few hiccups between the legislature, speaker, and the judiciary, at the end of the day, some kind of maturity was used to resolve some of the issue. And I think that to strengthen it, once he's there and can chaperone everybody, and also develop the younger ones who are coming. And I think is that because when you go to, mostly, once the people have to call him speaker, they don't even call him speaker. They call him father. They call him father because he chaperones them and tells them he thinks this is good, this is not right. So I think it is good. Where some people were having like issues that he was mandated, the MPs elect have been mandated that they should nominate him. I think that people, yes, there's some sense in it when you look at it where they think that it is the president-elect who is nominating or who is mandating the MPs to do it, so he may become subservient to the executive. But you see, the other side of it is that with our constitution, the NDC, when the president is elected, there is a president, he becomes the leader of the party. It is when we are in opposition that the national chairman is the leader. So once he's the leader and has conferred with the leadership and the rest, he's putting on different hats. Yeah. So I'm sure people did not understand that. That is why they are saying that the president-elect has mandated. It was the whole party, and he's the leader of the party.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that was the role he was performing. But it's not like executive is saying we are nominating and we are imposing this person on you. I don't think that was it. I'm sure the party sat down. They felt that what has been done, the political committee and the rest sat down, and they felt that he will leave a better and good legacy. And even if you look at him, alternatively, who was in to stand in that big shoe? Nobody for now could have come availably and say that this man will stand in this big shoe, especially looking at how Parliament was when we had a hung Parliament and how he had to maneuver and make sure he brings the leadership together, sometimes consensus, sometimes we see them flaring up. I just pray that the way it started, it will also end well, so that we see the 9th Parliament and see what the 9th Parliament can do for Ghanaians.
It's important you mentioned the nature of the 8th Parliament and it being hung, because that's what I was coming to, and whether we foresee a change in the leadership style of Speaker Bagbin due to the dynamics, the characteristics of the 8th Parliament, how the numbers were split on both sides, and how he navigated his way as a leader. And then, of course, coming into the 9th Parliament, where there's an overwhelming majority against the MPP's minority. Do you foresee a change in his leadership style?
I don't think a change in the leadership style. If you recall, when he was Deputy Speaker, the style remains the same. Forthright, determined, principled, in terms of style. But in terms of substance, I think the substance will change. And I say that because given the dynamics of how the NDC has an overwhelming majority, the back and forth, the intransigence, because it's a one-seat difference, how many people are there, is somebody from either side, I'm talking MPP or MPP or NDC, not available to come to Parliament and vote. These dynamics no longer exist, given the majority that the NDC have. And therefore, that brinkmanship on certain policies, if we don't have this, I'll do this, and some kind of filibustering from either side, that by and large will go out of the window.
Exactly.
And then that will leave Honorable Alban Bagbin with little to do in terms of, the fathering, the consensus making, knocking heads behind the doors and say, Charlie, let's work on this matter. So the substance will change, but not the style, I don't think.
Victor, I mean, this Parliament will have a lot of newbies, first-timers. So I think at this point, would he need to intensify that father figure, the fathership type of role?
Yeah, definitely. I think I have a contrary view to what, in terms of the
what
substance.
Ibrahim is saying on the substance.
In terms of the substance. Now, it's not going to be more of like negotiations or building consensus. Yeah, they will have to build consensus. But since the NDC has majority, it makes the work of the speaker a little bit easier. Now, when you are a member of parliament elect or a member of parliament, it's not going to be like we need you so much, especially within the minority. It is going to be determined by your work, still coming to substance. The kind of work you put in, you study, and when you catch the eye of the speaker, what you say, and the kind of work you do at the committee level will be what will bring you out as an MP who is doing well. It's not going to be, because now everybody has to justify the work he's doing. It's not going to be like filibustering or always making noise. People will want to see what kind of policies, the work you are putting in the committee work. That's going to bring what will be outstanding. Because, and especially for the minority, right? For the minority, when they catch the eye of the speaker, they must speak everybody might say that this man is speaking with knowledge, wisdom, and he's applying wisdom.
Yeah.
That's what the people will want to see, and see that, yes, there is a policy that has come, or the law. How do you critique the law? What are the alternatives that you make? Unlike, because this time we are so many, and nobody is going to call you that we need you for consensus. This is all the horse trading that comes in between. No, it's not going to be there. So it is your work that is going to define you as an MP now.
Yeah.
And everybody will be looking up to you, because it shouldn't be the way. I think that the minority has a lot of work to do, because it shouldn't be the way that, look, NDC has almost over 2/3 majority. So everything they will be agreed to or creep into line. But it is on the minority to say this should be alternative to what we are saying.
Yeah.
And I'm sure within the majority itself, they will also want to self-critique and critique some of their policies, so that it doesn't look like we allow the executive to have its way. Example was when we had the 1993 parliament, when NPP decided that they were not going, the stolen verdict. I think it was consciously they brought in the NCP, who took the second deputy speaker position, and look, they were criticizing themselves. Even some of the policies that were brought by Jerry John Rawlings were thrown out. And some of those members of parliament who threw the things out later became enemy of the system. But the first parliament, I was having some discussions with Honorable Kendri Asa sometime, and he tells me the kind of things they had to do before the speaker, D.F. Annan. So some of the things they criticize, D.F. Annan will come in and they sit down, then he says, look, yes, you are making a good point. Although most of them were in camera. So I think that the NDC also has, the majority, has a duty for the people to know that this overwhelming majority that has been given, it's not on a silver platter that go and do what. No, it is for the benefit of the society. Society believes that the nation was not going right, we were retrogressing. So they are imposing a duty to make sure that we are sending you there, make sure that you reverse, reset. And election has become a tool of accountability.
Exactly.
I'm telling you that, look, if we don't do that hard work, and the people see that, look, things are tough, but you've done creditably, your output has been okay, it will not be well for us. And that is what we need to learn. There is a lot that we need to learn. And I'm sure that the NPP itself is also learning and so reflecting and say, oh, we should have done it this way, we should have done it this way. And I think that it gives us the opportunity to be able to say, this would have been a better. There should be always an alternative. Alternative. We should not say that, look, we are in government, this is what we have to do. What is the alternative? And what is the public opinion? The public opinion, it's sometimes very huge.
Exactly.
And people would kill down. These days, even when people were vociferous, they will be saying it. These days, you don't see it. When they are saying it 1, 2, and you don't listen, they keep quiet. And when elections come, that's what the verdict will come.
Victor, when you were giving the account of the critique, the self-critique in the 1993 Parliament, you have to also include Honorable Hawa, MP for Pusiga. You remember?
Yes.
You know, she was independent. She became, in addition to what you just mentioned about NDC MPs being self-critiquing or self-policing, Honorable Hawa was also a vanguard, a voice for, let's say, the then absent opposition, you know. So just to give credit to her as well.
Oh yes, she was very tall in Parliament. Yes, and you know, she also had a way to maneuver her way throughout. You see, and at that time, it also comes to resources, because she was well resourced. I remember I was talking to Honorable Dominic Ayeni. At the time. At the time, he was a law student, and he was saying that he was engaged by Mensa, this the Electoral Commission, please.
IEA.
IEA. So IEA engage this law student, brilliant, who would do research, you know, and give it to her. So they do research, they do a lot of things, and feed her with the information that made her to stand tall. So it is time that once you are an MP and if you want to make an impact, you know, you don't enjoy, their position comes with credit to you, but there are people who work, they do the research, and once they give you research, I think that should be one thing we should be looking at. So that once you come, everything you say, it's solid. When we do the fact checks, we can say that yes, he's well reasoned and in-depth. And it's not that you just go there and you become, excuse my language, with all apology, you become part of statistics that you also came in.
You were there some.
Yeah, you were there some. I don't think that is what the constituents are looking for. No. The constituent wants to see and be proud and say, this is my MP, this is the constituency, and project the name.
True.
Well, that's all everybody is looking for now. Project the name of the constituency, and developments coming. You lobby with people that even NGOs will be able to assist you, knowing that if we entrust our confidence in him, he'll be able to also deliver and speak for us.
Very well. It brings me to my final one on this. I mean, going into the 9th Parliament, the NPP we know has already put out its leadership, retaining Afenyo Markins, Patricia PJ, Habib, and then
Arnaud.
Yes, Arnaud Dompré. It's Frank Davis, not Frank Davis, sorry, OPK. We're not too sure. We understand Jerry Ahmed Shaib will be coming in to replace
as a second
whip.
Whip.
Yes, exactly. But the NDC is yet to communicate its leadership. But my question really has to do with the posturing of leadership on both sides going into the 9th Parliament to ensure effective administration of the House. What should be the posturing of leadership?
I think the posturing needs to be one of accountability. From the minority side, government is checks and balances.
Exactly.
But as I mentioned earlier, the goal remains the same. Ghana's advancements, prosperity, development, unity, and all the positive accolades and attributes that we want as leaders. That remains the goal of all parties. In the process of reaching that goal, or goals, Ghana's agenda, Parliament has to have a check and a balance. And so the posture has to be goal-oriented, but I need to check you. I'm talking the minority, and in a constructive way.
Exactly.
It has to be constructive. And I'm happy what Victor mentioned earlier. Having these parliamentary research assistants should be part of the culture, where the budget can afford it, so that it's there, so that you have it as of right, that there's a personnel attached to you, the member of parliament, doing all these, let's say, background work on giving you...
I think previous parliaments had that. Research assistants attached to the MPs.
Yes, but as a mandatory, somebody who's paid from the public purse, that I don't know.
No, what I know was started maybe from President Mills' time around, was sending national service personnel to be attached.
I recall.
So national service were being attached to MPs. But as to an astute person who consummate person,
a researcher,
well-versed in economics, well-versed in law, and others, governance, that will be able to give you a quick snap of issues that you'll be able to raise. As to that is, I think, the level that...
And that's what you are
that's what I'm coming at. Because we have a slew of legal firms in Ghana. And within those legal firms or law firms, you have paralegals, whereby they can do an attachment. So you are a paralegal working in the office of, or the law firm of Honorable Victor, and he can assign one of his paralegals to go and work with an MP, for a period, let's say for 1 year. But 1 year is enough, because it's rotational. It's a 4-year period. So then you come and feed that member of parliament or supply them with all the legal ingredients that will anchor the policy that they want to present or defend or promote within Parliament. And I'm talking whether you're a majority or the minority. Because when the minority MPs, as I say, to be constructive and say we find issue with policy A, B, C, because of these laws, because of these facts, having that, as I say, a mandatory, coming from the law industry. It's not like my best friend's daughter is, can come and be my assistant. If he or she qualifies, then why not? Yeah. But if we can institutionalize it, that members of Parliament can draw from the legal firms that we have in Ghana, that will help that constructiveness that I'm advocating for in this 9th Parliament. It will really help Ghana. Wisdom is not belonging to the MPP or the NDC. Yeah. And thankfully so. We know that across both parties, we are very intelligent men and women able to steer the affairs of Ghana. But even in that, you have, with all apologies, people who, let's say, go astray. Intelligent as they are, some bias may lead them to construct a law that is inimical to Ghana's interests. And some people may want to follow like sheep. So I'm talking on the majority side, with all due respect. Yeah. So you need the minority who can be vocal, because they have nothing to lose. Within the majority, everybody's looking for position. Yeah. They want to catch the eye of the executive. They want to be on the board. They want to be a CEO. They want to be a deputy, a minister, and so on and so forth. So sometimes there's a lot of condoning something that personally they're not at ease with. They allow it to pass. So that's where the minority have to be very constructive. Exactly. And piercing. Because the minority have to understand this. While you are there in the minority, your goal is to catch the eye of Ghana. Never mind the speaker. Catch the eyes and ears of Ghana. That here we have a party who is abreast with the law and our interests, and can make our voices heard. And then that will enable the minority to gain more support come 2028. Yeah. So it's a constant work in progress. What the minority MPs need to know that while you're being constructive, you're also campaigning. And that's the reality. Yeah. You're campaigning for 2028 and to bring more support to your party because you've shown that you're giving strong critical leadership. Yeah. And I think that's what we need in this parliament.
I think that the minority has a lot of work to do. Let me congratulate them on the party. I'm sure the party has taken a lot into consideration. But then I think that they are fine gentlemen, but I think that they need to work on their public image. Because already there is some sense or some resemblance, or the perception is that being part of the majority at the time, they were arrogant. That's a perception. And especially maybe forcefully you want to make an argument, how you make it. Sometimes my father tells me you don't need to raise your voice to be heard. You can always make your point without raising your voice. So I think that they will have to look at it. And also, they should learn. Our Bangbagbe was revealed within the NDC. That was during the 2000 election, when he became the majority leader. Nobody really knew he was just an MP. Nobody really knew the depth. But it was when he became minority leader, and whilst he criticized, he provides alternative. People realize that, look, when people were asking, so where were all these people when we were in government? I think that is what the minority should be able to do now, to say that, look, we are able to. So for me, they need to work on their posture. I can't, I'm not saying, they are my friends. Avenue is my friend, and there was something going on, I think it was in Winneba, when they were having victory. I think some pronouncements sometimes you can make it within your caucus, but you don't make it public. Where you say, Efutu is for MPP. We are waiting for them. When there's an MC, they will never get an MC from their fold. So what do you think the other party? So now you've drawn the fourth line. The fourth lines are there. And you are drawing a wedge and say, oh, we see ourselves at MPP. We see, instead of trying to build consensus and work together for the constituency. But that pronouncement you have made, whether you were not too serious or you were jokingly saying it, once it's getting into the head of the people, the people would say, oh no, let's also have strategy for them. That would not augur well. Those are the kind of things that I'm saying that they will need to look at it. Once you need to say it, you can say it without saying that is what. That's a lot of work. And I'm sure that the new members who have been brought, maybe Jerry Shaib, I'm sure maybe because of regional balance, they may be looking at. That may be why they may replace him, Davis with Jerry Shaib. I know Jerry, I think he's a gentleman, and he should be able to also reveal himself, just like Che Mensah Bonsu. Those days nobody knew Che Mensah Bonsu, but I'm sure once he got there, he learnt it, and people wonder that he's not a lawyer. But he understands. He understands the constitution. He understands the standing orders
of parliament.
For parliament and the procedure. And I'll tell you that when he's speaking, even when there's a pin drop, you can hear when there's a pin drop.
Because everyone is attentively listening.
Attentive. That's the kind of wish we wish for every MP elect. Right? Everybody has a different reason or vested reason why he wants to become a member of parliament. But the foremost is you have to make the law. You need to understand the law. You need to appreciate. Once you appreciate it, it's nuances. Like he said, the law is a double-edged sword. It can be used for good. It can be used for evil. So mostly, the people in the hands of the people that the law is placed and how they can twist it, they are the people. Because the law, it says something. Look, for the same proposition, they're different. There can be two schools of thought on the same thing.
True.
And once there are two schools of thought, the person who has it can decide, this is how I want to use it.
And in terms of your contribution regarding how the minority, the leadership, can, let's say, reposition themselves. I think looking at the relationship that Honorable Alban Bagbin and Che Mensah Bonsu had over the years, the minority leadership needs to forge a working relationship with the majority leadership in Parliament. It got to a point where Che Mensah Bonsu was adamant that Alban Bagbin should go unopposed. Do you remember? For Parliament. He said, we cannot lose such a colossal within Parliament. So here you have an MPP MP wanting an NDC MP to be retained in seat because he wanted him back in Parliament. I mean, he was non-partisan. He was looking at the interest of Parliament, that we can't lose this institutional memory. And I think it was reciprocal. Alban Bagbin was the same with Che Mensah Bonsu. So I think when you have that relationship, the new relationships that can be forged, that will help determine how more mature the interactions can be between the new minority leadership and the majority.
Very well. This is the news review on Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. We'll take a break here, but when we come back, there were some 4 disputed seats, which results, of course, were in contention. The High Court ruled that the EC completes collation of these seats. Subsequently, the EC has done that, completed 3 and declared same for the New Patriotic Party and its parliamentary candidates. There's 1 outstanding, Ablekuma North, but the NDC has not given up yet. They're going to court. When we come back, we'll look at that story. Stay with us here on Breakfast Day.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple, Aboseokai in Accra at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. And we're in the news review segment, looking at the various headlines that have made it onto our various news portals. For now, we're still doing politics. Time to go into the court. I'll start with you, Victor. I think I met you in court the other time at the High Court. When the arguments were being made regarding the 4 disputed constituencies, this will be Blekuma North, Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South. The court subsequently gave its ruling on Saturday and ordered that the EC completes its collation of the results for these 4 constituencies. 3 done, declared for the NPP. But even before that, the NDC has filed an appeal. You're challenging the ruling of the High Court. How do you foresee all this playing out, bearing in mind that the 9th Parliament is to be inaugurated this dawn? Going into 7th January.
Yes, I think that the position of the NDC, when it comes to this, the ruling of the court, I think that we disagree with the judge. Yeah, that's what I've told you. The law is a double-edged sword. When to grant mandamus, there should be a public duty. You've asked for, there is a refusal. You think that that duty has to be performed. I think all the argument of NDC was that whilst there is this set criteria for mandamus, there is no duty for the EC to perform when some results have been declared. So the next duty that has to be done, like EC has said, is once we declare, then the next thing is you file a petition upon the results being gazetted, then you go to court. Then the other side said no, EC was doing the collation, it was incomplete, so we want the EC to continue to do the collation. So these were the 2 arguments, all the whining arguments and the rest. This is the basic issue. One says that you have not finished the job, there's a public duty, continue. We are saying that...
Hence the application for the mandamus.
Hence the application for mandamus. Now the court, in its own wisdom, says that I think that EC hasn't finished. They should go and collate all the results. Now, because we disagreed with the position, I know the judge very well. He was behind me in law school. Yeah. So, whilst it has been done, we said no, we have filed stay. Stay means that the process cannot go on. Now, so the notice of appeal was filed and the stay.
Was the stay granted?
No. Once you file, that's why I said, you see, with the doctrines or anything within the law, it has 2 schools of thought. One school of thought says that once I have filed for injunction or stay, everything comes to. Yes. Another school of thought says that until the court makes the order, I can file it for injunction or stay. When the court does not make the order that I've made an order for stay, you can do what you want to do.
Which one do you subscribe to?
So the court is not, for me, I subscribe to once the order has been filed, you respect the process. You see, once you do it, once you say, oh, it's been filed, the court has not given an order, then we may not have certainty. We cannot predict the law and say, when you do A, B, C, the results will be D. Right? Then, so from all the old laws, they will tell you that there's still rules, the rules. They made the laws, but the rules are from their grave. It's been there. This has been their position.
Yeah.
So that is why they will tell you that once some process has been filed and served on you, you need to abide and comply and wait until the court speaks. But the other school of thought who says that when you have a right to exercise, although it is being filed, when you have that right to exercise, you can go ahead. But once you go ahead, then that means that you can now bring contempt and say that once I have filed this, it has been brought to your notice, you went ahead to do it. So the judges,
even without an order?
Even without an order. You see, that's where it is complicated.
Yeah,
so
really
one judge can take the view that once it was filed and got to your notice and you went ahead, it was contemptuous to the court.
Yeah.
Another court could say that you were exercising your right. So once you were exercising your right and it was a duty imposed on you, you can go scot-free. That is what the law, that's why sometimes the law, you won't get 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah.
You need to, depending on the fact and the circumstances.
Yeah.
So now that EC has gone, we have filed that, and I'm sure that we are yet to, once we have the date to go. But what portends? I'm sure that what has been filed will have been served on the parties.
Yeah.
And once it is served on the parties, then that means that still you've not finished with the process. So the issue will be, yes, these people have gone ahead, they've declared. Will that be recognized? If it's recognized, we are challenging it. So now this will result into a full-blown litigation. My worry is that these constituencies that, although they've been declaration, we are saying the process has not been well done, will end up in litigation. Once you have to be in parliament, you are litigating. And you see the cost associated with the litigation. Even apart from the legal fees, they see you as the MP elect, they will come to your host, your constituents. Those who come, they say, oh, we are there for you, honorable. Every morning when you are going to court, you come, you need to bus them to court. You need to feed them after court.
That's right.
And you see this as and it's not like the party is going to be giving money to this people. So you, who wants to go and serve the people, even from day one, your legitimacy is in question. It's problematic. People always following you, and you are not getting the peace of mind to do your work. But that one, I can promise, as a party, we think that some of the things that have been done is not right. I feel sometimes that EC's post-stream, sometimes, you see, it's not always, it is about the law, who is right or wrong. Sometimes there should be some emotional intelligence. It may not be right, but I say, look, yes, Ibrahim, I think you are not right, but on this score, let me leave it for you. If EC, because once
but won't that come at a cost? If I should leave it to you based on emotional intelligence.
No, the emotional intelligence I'm talking about is that issues should have exercised some discretion, right? Understand the lawyers have been served. So how did the lawyer, if the people were not served or the lawyer says he did not bring it to their attention, that's a different matter, right? But it will also be a misconduct on the part of the lawyer that we have been served and you are not telling your clients that you've been served. That could be another reason they could give. And like I'm telling you, they will go scot-free. Because if you are not aware of it, you have done your job. But it is a point that I think that if we had added some emotional intelligence and said that, look, at the end of the day, no matter what happens, this mandamus has been given, we are performing a public duty that we are entitled, we will go ahead and do it. Maybe the lawyer also advised them that, look, although it's been filed, you can go ahead. Let's see what will be the consequences. Is it going to be a contempt? Or we'll be able to resolve it? But my biggest issue is that once in one breath, we are saying that an MP elected or somebody elected should represents his constituents, right? And there should be a right. They should have that right to be represented. Yeah. The flip side of it is that you can also be injuncted. You see, the courts, you can be injuncted. So once you are injuncted, your colleagues are in parliament, you are not in parliament.
As we are seeing in Akwatia.
Yes. As we are seeing in Akwatia, as we saw in Jachi Kwesin, it's matter. So you see, the court is not certain, you know.
It's not clear cut.
It's not clear cut on these matters. And that's why I say law is a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword.
Interesting.
So let's see what portend for these 4 constituencies. But I know that once there may be the mandamus does not go and the results have been gazetted, you can go to court with a petition and injunct. And once you go to court and injunct, what happens? And are we making progress?
Means the NDC still has a lot of options available.
Oh, we have a lot of options available. Oh, a lot of options. That's where my worry is. And you see, when it comes to parliamentary petitions in the court, we don't also have any rule which will say within 6 months we should be able to finish it.
As we discussed.
There's nothing. Yeah. So we need to borrow from maybe in Uganda. They have rules for their parliamentary. Within 12 months, everything should be resolved.
Okay.
Right? And they even start with an arbitration. So once arbitration starts, you are not able, then the court comes in within 12 months. We should be able to borrow and say that, okay, within 6 months, every parliamentary dispute or 12 months, we should be able to resolve it, like we did for the presidential, the 42 days within the presidential. That should, so that gives us a clear way. Yes, we may be partisan. We may say that, look, it was done to us, we would do that. It's a payback time. But at the end of the day, are we forging? Are we making progress or we are retrogressing? Things that would retrogress, make us retrogress, I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it as a nation. We need to move forward and say, look, this is what you did to me. I have the opportunity to pay you back, but I'll leave it. You know, sometimes paying back is also very good. You know, I'm a Christian. Vengeance is for God.
Yeah.
But you know, my grandfather used to tell me that when somebody, you pay him back, he would tell his family and people that this is what I did, and this is what the other family paid me back. Please, when you are growing, never do this thing to anybody. I get it. Yeah. Look at both sides.
I like your grandfather.
But at the time, you realize that, is that a need?
Yeah.
What comes out of this? You see, I think the Ghanaians, for now, they are happy. We've thrown NPP away. But are they interested in that we should be partisan, punishing people? And at the end of the day, it is about the bread and butter issues.
Yeah.
How they will be able to survive and go through. That's what concerns them. How they'll be able to pay their school fees. How we can reform the SHS, improve it for them to have peace of mind. You know, this is the things that matter to the people. It is not about fighting. Yes, there are people who believe that you do me, I do you, God knows best. But as a Christian, for me, vengeance is for God.
I mean, the post-2024 polls, I mean, there were declarations, redeclarations, collation, recollation. There were about 9 of the disputed constituencies. Now we have about 4. Akwatia not necessarily in the same box, having its own peculiar issue. But with these 4, the NDC is back in court, appeals court, challenging the decision of the High Court. What are your thoughts?
That's their right. I don't see this as a do me, I do you scenario. It's the law at work. And I say this categorically. The ones that have been declared, there were 2 polling stations. Am I right? In
Tema Central.
In Tema Central. They were counted. This is a 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. How much you get them? How much did you get them? And they resolved that one. So when Victor mentioned about Uganda, 12 months, 12 months is too much. When we started 3 weeks ago, I mean, it's about, these things about counting votes.
Votes.
Counting votes. So 12 months, I'm talking Uganda, is too far.
Yeah.
This thing within, I say, 6 weeks to resolve it totally.
Yeah. No, but remember that justice hurried is also justice buried.
And then justice denied.
Justice
delayed, justice denied.
Right.
Yeah, so but if you hurry,
so like you said, the law is a two-edged sword, right?
But you're not hurry. I mean, I take it. Yeah, but anyway, we have a time frame, 6 weeks to 3 months. Let's give it at 90 days, okay? Yeah. Now, why am I saying that? It's just a numbers game, and it's not a vengeance thing. It's about I disagree with how you counted or failed to count. The mandamus is what? It's a judicial remedy instructing a government official to fulfill their duty. That's what it is. Basically. Now, the High Court has said, do your duty. They've done their duty. They've counted and found in favor of the MPP, plus the other constituencies, save Akwatia, as you mentioned.
And Ablekuma North also outstanding, as it is.
So for me, it's not a vengeance thing. The NDC have every right, and they should. We did the same thing. I'm talking NPP. There were some seats, Savalugu being one, when Honorable Ahmed...
Zamzugu.
Yeah, and Zamzugu as well. And we went to the court process, and it didn't inure to our benefit. But you go through the process. And I think that's what's happening here. And so if the NDC wants to continue going through the appeals process, and as is their right, the law this dawn will say, per the law, who is MP-elect across the 275 constituencies, or 276. And they will say, these are the persons. So this dawn, per the law, those who have now been so declared through the High Court's instruction, and the Electoral Commission doing its job, it means that those people, those members of Parliament elect, should be sworn in this dawn. The law will only allow for a seat to be, and I'm speaking here not as a lawyer, that's why my brother is here. If there has been no declaration, the law cannot say, well, any, meeny, miny, mo, you are the MP. No. In such a situation, then you will have a vacant position. But where at any given time, the institutions have recognized a person or persons, they'll be sworn in. And then the rest is, as you mentioned, you go to court with all the costs that accompany such a decision.
What you're saying on the law recognizing who is MP-elect, now with history also being our guide, with Speaker Alban Bagbin sitting in the speakership role, judging from his declaration of 4 seats vacant prior to the elections, and of course, the court staying that order, the Supreme Court, no other court than the Supreme Court staying that order, and all that transpired after that. How do you foresee, I mean, from what I said, it will be interesting to know what Speaker Bagbin will say to these 4 seats that are being contested, or these seats whose results are being challenged at the appeals court.
The two are totally different. I'll explain why. And the first premise on which the Speaker, per the law, was found to have acted in error, just as Honorable Michael Quaid Sr. did when he was also declaring Akwatia, Fomena, sorry, Honorable Asiama, seats vacant. They were in error, and we discussed this at length. What's the difference here? These members of Parliament, so elect, are not saying they're now part of another party or they're going independent, thus rendering them, open to that possibility or opportunity for Honorable Alban Bagbin to declare them vacant. No such declaration.
No, that's not a declaration of not declaring their seats vacant, but not swearing them in because their election or validity is being contested in court.
You can contest it, but there's no premise for that. You see, I'm coming. There's no premise or precedent for that. We had a case where, remember, I also West Wogon. You mentioned to me last time. He took it to court.
Rebecca Adrete.
Okay.
1996.
He was contesting, but she was allowed to take her seat.
Yes.
So there's no precedent whereby, because I'm contesting, you as a speaker should say, I'm giving a stay of execution. You cannot enter because the matter is in court. We have to understand that the Speaker of Parliament is subservient to the law. He is not the law. And so when the law has said we have allowed these people, so declared, I want to say allow, we have recognized that these people are your MP. Your job as a speaker
is to swear them in.
It's to swear them in. And I think we are clothing the speaker with too much power when it comes to his determination of who is and who is not an MP.
Now, you see, this is where it is tricky. That's why I always said the law is a double-edged sword. That the mere fact, there's two schools of thought. Mere fact that they have questioned your eligibility, right, to be the MP. And the process has been served, let's say, on the clerk, like we saw in Jachikwesin. If the process has been served, would the clerk allow them in or not?
Exactly.
And because there's two schools of thought, one says that the moment, even though court has not made an order and the process is served on you, you need to comply. So if the clerk decides that processes have been served on him, it is for him to decide that I will obey or disobey. Right.
And we know that the clerk will sit as speaker.
Yes,
before
the clerk will sit
the swearing of the
election.
speaker.
That's right.
Exactly.
Until he's elected.
So it is like we saw. There was so much argument until the clerk at the time said that no, it was not a proper service, and I was going to admit Jachikwesin in. Right. So as things stand now, if the process is served on the clerk, then we will see different things this evening at this dawn. Right? He can decide that the process has been served on me, and if the process served on me, I cannot admit you. Okay, although it's been served, I can admit you. So that's a kind of discretion. That is where we say the law, sometimes it depends on how it is used. And whilst there's no certainty, predictability with the law, it becomes a bit difficult. You cannot even advise your client to know that, look, 80%, this is the position of the law. But because there are two schools of thought, I'm saying that it depends on the fact that comes within. And that is where the law has left that. Until Supreme Court and others make it certain that the moment the process is served on you, you have to stop. Now, the merit of that the court always says is that if that is allowed, then everybody can just stand up, file the process.
I was exactly going to say that point.
File the process. And once it is a frivolous process, vexatious process, he files it, then you are stopped from exercising your rights. That's right.
But then can the court award damages based on that?
Yes, but he stopped you.
Exactly.
Yes. So
time wasting and everything.
Just like sometimes we have this chieftaincy and the rest, they want. Then you see an injunction, or they want to bury. It is Friday. Then somebody Thursday brings an injunction and files it. So the courts always, it's like, let's look at the facts and what depends on the people have prepared. They have done all the balance of hardship will not be on you. Then you just file a process. And I have to stay because you've given me the process. So this is the dilemma, the quandary. Sometimes the court finds itself. So,
and to expand it, Victor, I'm happy you made that clarification. Imagine if you were able to then file, you can advise me on this, the Chief Justice from swearing in the president-elect because you found some, what do you call it, manipulation in the presidential votes.
Right.
Do you get me? There's some discrepancies. I go and file because it's the Chief Justice who swears the president-elect. Am I right?
Yeah.
Good. So I'm just expanding this scenario. So then January 7th arrives. I file the Chief Justice. And he or she says,
I'm not going.
I'm not going. So I think that's where we are.
Similar thing happened in, I think, 2009. On the 1st January, once the EC was yet to declare the presidential results.
From Kufuor to Mills.
To Mills. Then Atachia filed a process as party on the 1st. But we also got a wind of it that, look, he was going to move to stop the EC from declaring there. So we also went there. You know, I was a young man at that time.
Yeah.
So in the center, some of us, we went and were aspiring to see that she would come to court because it was a holiday.
Yeah.
1st January. That was when we got in and we had to scuttle and say, no, we are also interested in the process. That's how the EC at the time was not injuncted from declaring the results. So that's why I said it depends on who. You know, there's some discretion that is given to the judges. So the judges will also, when you come before them, they look at your demeanor, they look and they see the intent. Is it for mischief or there is a real or exigency of time? So they look at that and see that, no, if I don't stop this A, B, C, D, something will happen. Right. Then if you also come, he sees it as, no, this is for mischief. You know, let me give you the scenario. It's a little bit this. You see, there was a case where the man is a chief and the other one was a sub-chief. In his lifetime, the paramount chief would not want to see him. They were distant. When he died, now the paramount chief comes and says that I have to perform his funeral. Everything I have to decide. And the families also said no. So when they got to court, he went and put injunction, wanted injunction. You know, the judge also looked at it and said, even the man in his lifetime, you are a loggerhead. How can you preside over his death? So the court craftily just said, let his family perform all the things they want to do, the funeral. After that, they bring him to you, also perform your right and let the man go. You know, so the court sometimes will look at, when they come to court and they see the demeanor and the fact, that's when they decide.
Right.
So if there will be anything on this for constituency, let's see what will happen this term. But from where I sit as a lawyer and a member of the NDC, I can see that there's going to be fully fledged parliamentary petitions that will go about 10 to 12. Yes, it's going to be from both sides. Yeah, it's going to, because where we also won marginally, I'm sure the NPP would also want to do. And you see, like I was saying, if I look at the cost those days, I did parliamentary petition 2 years in Sefiwi also.
Okay.
Look, I had to go Wednesday evening to Sefiwi also, stay there till Friday evening, get to Accra. Consistently every week.
For 2 years.
For 2 years. For 2 years. So I see what the person was, and every time, sometimes he wants to pay me, I'll just say, look, it's okay. Yeah. I'm doing my duty for and the party. You know, and the stress on them, the supporters. Yeah. So I think we need some reform. We need some reform.
To be able to address within the shortest possible time.
Every election, it is not the voting that brings confusion. It is not the declaration at the polling station that brings confusion. The confusion is always at the collation center. Every election, confusion is always at the collation center. It tells us that there is a problem. There is something we together as a nation must find. And you see, the problem with the EC is also that some of the places they do their collation, there are churches, there are classrooms. So you can't go and say you are mounting CCTV camera and the rest. So I think the problem, when we are able to resolve that collation issue, I'm sure that we'll have one of the best elections in the world.
Well, we are waiting to see what happens tonight, of course, at the dawn of January 7, and what decisions will be made. One, if the clerk is properly served, and what decision he will have to make. But quickly, let's look at some the story of fires, fire outbreaks, and how the devastation it is leaving in its wake. We've seen Kantamanto, we've seen Kumasi recently, Kwadaso, the wood market, and the destruction, and it's appearing to become like a ritual. Almost every new year we're seeing this.
Around this time.
I mean, is it that we are not learning lessons? Our institutions asleep? Our traders themselves not learning anything? What can be done to nip this issue in the bud?
It's becoming perennial and systemic.
We have to deal with flooding, then we have to deal with fire outbreaks.
It's this fire outbreak and the rest. Sometimes I sit down. So if fire service, initially they do their investigation. So what has always been their way forward?
What are the recommendations going out of the investigations
that are made?
And are they being implemented?
And our authorities, we know that, look, during this time of the year, this is what happens. So what are the measures we are putting in place of all the markets, the places, that during this period, we know some miscreants, some criminals, this is what they do. So do we really put security in place that, look, during this season or this is what we have to do? I think that we are lax about that. And we see fire in, sometimes the conspiracy theories, some of the markets like Katamanto, conspiracy theories, people say, oh, it's some of officials that have orchestrated it. It was designed so that once it is designed, they can come and take the land from us. And I think that it does not augur well because, look, the number of people who live and survive, children, school fees, and the rest from Katamanto. My mother used to be in Aboboshi market, not Katamanto market. She was one of the market women there. So I know that area very well. And my heart, bleeds for them. Because to start life all over again.
In a new year.
In a new year. And it's been consistent. I'm sure there was a time during Professor Mills' time, they brought some Israelis and others to get to the bottom of the matter. I don't know where that recommendation will be. I'm sure we may find, because they brought some foreign people to come and investigate and find out what exactly is. Because almost all the markets, we have the queen mothers, we have the authorities. So are they saying they are asleep? They don't know what actually happens. I think that let's get them. It should not be the bottom down approach. Let's start the bottom to the top. Bring these people. You see, sometimes we see some of the people, excuse my language, as riffraffs. But those people have information.
Of course, they are there. They know the people. They know the operations of the area.
We see them as riffraffs. And if they tell you the stories, you will know where the thing is pointing at. Because they mix of them. And I'm sure that is why the police, I think during this administration, one of the things they did was to have this police intelligence. You see those boys with
the earrings, the beard, the braids.
And they dress like one of those.
They mingle with the people.
They mingle with them.
And they pick intel.
They pick intel. I think that these are some of the things that we also start to do.
Let me give Ibrahim the final bite on this.
On this issue of the fires, I've mentioned that we've been doing this job over 20 years now. The job being newspaper review. Over 20 years. And every year, around this time, we talk about it. And I've always mentioned, beyond the criminal activities involved, because some of this is clearly arson. Clearly arson. Move the criminality aside for one side. I've said since 2003 across all the platforms, you make it mandatory that one, you have kiosks. I'm talking metal kiosks. It's mandatory. Can I just drive any car? It needs to be what? Roadworthy. I can't just put any kind of windscreen that I want, any kind of lights. DVLA has to approve whatever I put on. Am I right?
You need to meet required
and nobody complains. say, why do I have to buy reflectors? Because you have to put reflectors on. Do we complain?
No.
Good. So for all our markets, you make it mandatory. The kiosk has to be metal. 2, fire retardant paint.
Right.
Let me give you the cost. Those who watch me on TV and saw me I was on my phone, I was quickly Googling. How much does fire retardant paint? So when the fire catches, it foams.
Yeah.
It doesn't burn.
Yeah.
It creates a foam. $139 US for 10 pounds. That's around 4 liters, 5 liters, because you mix it. The cost that they've lost, I'm talking at the individual level.
Exactly.
Is in the thousands of millions of cedis.
Yeah.
So for some $400, $500, or here it's $139 US for about 4 or 5 liters. You could have saved your millions.
Yeah.
And because you make it mandatory across the market, everybody, once we know that you have not painted it, it's not metal, you can't trade here.
Yeah.
It's part of the license that we give you to trade here. In fact, we will give you the container.
But who is licensing or who is regulating?
Yes, who is regulating?
Yes, that's where the issue is.
That's what I'm saying.
No, yeah, but you see, Ibrahim,
that's why I get
the policy can be there.
Yeah.
But you see, the bane of our problem is politicization.
That's why I'm coming.
You see, because when it happens, you say, we won't vote for you. And you know the politician, what weakens the politician
is that threat.
Is that threat and
That's
say,
threat.
this is what you are doing.
Okay,
the
we shall
time
see.
will come. You see?
Power.
So once he's doing his job,
right?
Are you getting it? You've elected him to be there. Once he sees that this is the best thing that can happen to all of us, protect all of us, sometimes he may not even utter a word, because when he says it, the next thing the person would say is that, you won't vote, even maybe they may insult you. So people shy away that this is what we have to do. And we have seen several people who wants to do their job have lost their positions because they took hard decision, bold decision that this should be done. We were near to the benefit of they themselves, but they feel that it is not right.
Yeah, but that's you're 100% right. And we've had these discussions and these permutations. What you just said, I've experienced it over the last 20 years. And and you're saying it because it's a fact.
Yeah.
It's anchored in fact, what you just said.
It actually is.
But it's about leadership. That's why I gave the example of the DVLA. We don't complain.
Yeah.
Why don't we say, Charlie, I don't want this type of seat belt. If you don't have a seat belt, you get arrested.
Yeah.
Am I right? If your headlights are not working, you get arrested. If your fire extinguisher is not in your car, what do? They pull you over. And you get fined. Then you go to MTTU, am I right? Good. Yeah. So is anybody saying, I won't vote for you because you took me to MTTU?
No.
Good. So we have that structure whereby the municipality can enforce. Right now, when they do a market and you want to have a kiosk there, then they give it to you when you pay. Am I right?
Yeah.
So you
just look at that.
You do
that's the devastation. This is Kantamanto.
Yeah. This as I say,
the whole place burnt down.
But you see, Ibrahim, what it also comes to education. You see, the reason why this place just got burnt. The next day, they started rebuilding. You know why? Because there is the fear that when they don't do it, and maybe government takes over the whole place and says that we are going to bring people to build this market.
Investors into the space.
Right? Investors who may not be able to pay for a store. So it is the rich people or people who have influence, they may be getting the stores. Right?
Yeah.
True. They may be getting. So we, the market women, I did a case, Kotokraba market. Look, I did part of the case. But within me, I was surprised that those market women who were in Kotokraba market after rebuilding it, most of them were not getting. You know the people who were now getting? Judges, lawyers, professors. Once they were even teaching people, you will not even think.
They have the purchasing power.
They were now being allocated. Within me, although I was a lawyer doing the case, anytime I go back, I feel so sad. So sad that these were market women who were trading there. But today, the stores have been given to people, and they now let it out to the market women.
And it becomes even more expensive.
Sometimes it's the education and the assurance you give to the people that this is where you were trading. If it is built, you have the first right of occupying it. But when the people feel that, look, it will be taken over for our livelihood is going, right?
Yeah.
You will see the place is bent. The next day, the same structures will be built. So leadership has to give education, let the people be assured. I'm telling you, sometimes I say, so what does these people all need in the market? Not that people from Cape Coast, people from different, not
areas.
People who are resident in
Cape
Coast.
Victor,
people from different country.
But Victor, I'm coming. But I want us to be dynamic in our approach.
Yes.
I understand.
Briefly,
very briefly. I understand the contribution that you just made.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that even if you are going to put up your own structure, you have a legal presence, i.e. the police or the municipal assembly there, and say, look, this wooden structure will not go green. Here's your metal container, because we recognize that you were an occupier here. And here's your fire retardant paint and we will paint it for you. Sometimes don't even leave it to them. The container is this, and we're going to charge you another $200 to paint it.
Exactly.
And we just need to be dynamic in that approach. And we'll work out the shimel later, you know, like you say, judges and lawyers and other elites are taken on a different track. But the first track is, anybody who builds, you won't build unless we have given you this fire retardant. I mean, let's, you know, solve one layer at a time.
Talking about regulation.
Exactly.
So we should start looking at regulation where we can even regulate the market. But at the end of the day, they have it. So it is regulated. It is built. The outlay. And the same people are allowed.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. For me, I think they need to, whatever regulation it is that is needed, the implementation should start now. Let's get back Cantonment. It's a new year. We need to go, understand. The first election, we need to change our look and everything. So please, let's help fix Cantonment. We'll go to do the bend down, you know. But thank you so much, Victor Kwajoga Dawudu, member of the NDC's legal and communications team, and Ibrahim Ajay, Assistant Secretary, Office of the President. Thank you so much, gentlemen. This is Breakfast Daily. We have a lot more coming your way. Stay with us.
Menya bema opese oyeme huandie.
Congratulations.
Me are very, very okay.
Sophia Cha.
What's it?
Medibone.
After Binya Crasa, fear for when you are here. What's it? I just sleep on there. So, our Reno Emma to Emma to snap socket. Trusted by blood.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Life is a celebration of moments.
Hey.
Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple, Aboseokai in Accra at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Revive my life like Lazarus. Hold on, I don't be calm. I swear, say I fall. My life is only yours. The way you look so gorgeous, make all the girls they feel jealous. Hold on, I saw me calm. I swear, say I fall. My life is obvious. You say your heart is ready, ready. You know the walk my shilly. Even if I don't get them, forget the pizza. You just go chew my killing. You say your heart is ready, ready. You know they walk by shilly. Oh my Lordina, sweet like vanilla. Your body sweet like Kelly. Really, the way you do me dangerous. Revive my life like Lazarus. Hold on, I don't be calm. I swear, say I fall. My life is only yours. The way you look so gorgeous, make all the girls they feel jealous. Hold on, I saw me come, I say I fall, my love is obvious. You say your heart is ready, ready. You know they want my shilly. Even if I don't get them, forget the pizza. You just go chew my. You say your heart is ready, ready. You know they want my shilly. Oh my Lordina, sweet like vanilla. Your body sweet like Kelly. Really, they over me, yeah. Oh la la. You just scatter my brain, I no fit to contain. You dey over me, yeah, oh la la. You just scatter my brain, I no fit to contain. Cause you dey over me, yo, killing me slow, no gonna yo. Me, I don't know, say love dey sweet like this. You dey make a man confess, he dey enter my soul, rapture my bone, don't let me go. You make I know, say love dey sweet like this. Girl, I'm wanting more. You say your heart is, you know they walk by shilly. Even if I don't get them, forget the pizza. You just go chew my killing. Really, you say your heart is ready, ready. You know they walk by shilly. Oh my Lordina, sweet like vanilla. Your body sweet like Kelly. Really. Odo man comedy, beautiful langa o kono boko. Yeah, baby, you're done the best song. Banko my briefy, my member of Brani Cotton. Oh yeah, my benai, Menewa Yanchin Penai, Menewa Rana Yebet tonight, my benai, Menewa Yanchin Penai, Fisawodoy, Desi Sikai, Bessie Neocha, Bessie Neocha, them Bessie Neocha, Bessie Neocha. And I go die follow your mother, die follow your mother. I go die follow your mother, die follow your mother. Cause I know say you go there for me. If I do you wrong, I am on my knees. So baby, I'm sorry. Oh baby, I'm sorry. If I say, baby, I'm for real. No, they do me long, no, they do like this. So you're the one for me. You're the one for me. Make we day on the low. Me and you no be yalolo or the Brian Sam. I mean Balogo. Yeah. Make we day on the low. Me and you no be yalolo or the Brian Sam. I mean Balogo. Oh yeah. Man comedy, yeah, beautiful anga kono boko. Yeah, baby, you're done the best song. Man come my briefy, my member brani kotoy. Oh yeah, my benai, menewo yanchin penai, menewo rana yebet tonight, my benai. Menewo yanchin penai, Fisawodoy, Desi Sikai, Bessie Neocha, them Bessie Neocha. And I go die follow your mata, I go die follow your mata, Knew a friend like a brother more like a friend. Or she made him conceptually, I can't even pretend he go ever be so beautiful when these know the end. I know if you picture paradise when I they go through some hell. When you enemy I like someone like post can't repel. 6 lots every time when I roll my dice. Prophet saw just the lesson cannot maximize. He told me life was no blessing he can recognize. Cares less to lose it, breathing that was a crime. I told him don't you ever give up what it matter be time. He said I've been so strong but then I'm weak inside. Told him faith is not to lose up, let the motive be prime. Cause Odoy, Banku Midi, yeah, beautiful langa, kono boko. Yeah, baby, you're done the best, so yeah. Banku my briefy, membo brani, kotoy. Yeah, my benai, menewo yanchin penai, Fisawarana, yeah, bet tonight, my benai. Menewo yanchin penai, Fisawodoy, Desi Sikai. A brand will be easy, but what you go do, whatever you do, this life chose you, where you know. A brand will be easy, but what you go do, whatever you do. Hey, a brand will be easy, but what you go do, whatever you do, this life chose you, where you know choose life. A brand will be easy, but what you go do, whatever you do. Brand will be easy, but what you could do, whatever you do, this life chose you, where you know choose life. A brand will be easy, but what you could do, yeah. What you could do, Bessie Neocha, them Bessie Neocha. My benai, Menewo yanchin penai, Menewo rana yebet tonight.
Menewo
yanchin penai, Menewo rana yebet tonight.
Wow. K-Afrique. Beautiful performance right there. But I was just wondering, you happen to be one of the few multiple genre artists we have in Ghana. Yeah. So I was just thinking about it for someone like you, an upcoming musician who is looking to do a lot in the music industry and of course put your brand out there. How do you build your brand to remain authentic, making sure that you are giving your audience or your listeners exactly what they're looking for?
So what I actually look for is I make music for moments, experiences. using Afrofusion, Afrobeats, and our authentic high life from Ghana and African. That's why I go by the name K-Afrique, you know. It transcends from Africa. So I try to build the brand Africa. Everything I do, I try to infuse Ghanaian music and African music into it. Making music for moments when you are in love, when you are brokenhearted, when you are sad, when you are happy. You know, that's how I try to keep my brand authentic and my music real.
But why haven't you considered staying to one particular genre, but you want to do others as well?
I don't want to feel boxed, you know. I don't want to be in one space. I feel like there's a lot I can do, so caging myself will, you know, will just limit my potential.
Speaking of a lot you can do, how many songs do you have to yourself or to your album? Or do you have an album?
No, I don't have an album.
All right, so how many songs do you have?
I have a 2-song EP though.
Okay.
I have a 2-song EP which I released last year. This year I released, last year I released an EP song, 2 EP songs, and another song which is Mabna, the one I just sang. And also I have about 3 other songs. So together I have about 7 songs out there.
7 songs. Which is your latest? Mabna?
Mabna,
How's it doing though?
Yeah, it's doing good, and so far the responses, the audience I'm getting, I feel like gradually we are getting there.
It's a good song. I was listening to it and then I was enjoying it. It's a good one. So where can people access your music if you want to support your music, of course, and then promote what you're doing?
Okay, my music is on all digital platforms everywhere, and my socials is K-Afrique Music on Twitter, K-Afrique on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere. Yeah.
K-Afrique, thank you very much. We'll come back to you later on in the show so that you give us some more good music. It's been great talking to you.
Thank you.
Right, so that was K-Afrique right here, giving us some amazing performances. We'll come back to him later on in the show, as I said earlier on, to enjoy some good music. But now it's time for entertainment highlights. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komite Kome. Now to our first highlight. Perry, the miniature donkey believed to have inspired Eddie Murphy's iconic character in Shrek, has died at the age of 30 after suffering from laminitis, a painful hoof condition. Born in 1994, Perry lived in Barron Park, Palo Alto, California, from the age of 3 and was cherished by the local community. Known for posing as a model for the donkey character, Perry reportedly earned around £60 for the role. Barron Park shared their heartbreak over his passing and plans to announce a memorial soon. The first Shrek film, released in 2001, gained critical acclaim and won an Oscar. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo lauded the success of the Year of Return and Beyond the Return initiatives in his final State of the Nation address on January 3, 2025. He highlighted their transformative impact on Ghana's tourism industry, attracting over 1.5 million visitors and redefining the country's global image as a cultural and economic hub. Launched to commemorate the 400 years since the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Jamestown, Virginia. These programs deepen ties with the African diaspora and position Ghana as the premier heritage destination. Celebrities like Steve Harvey, Naomi Campbell, Idris Elba, Ludacris, and Stevie Wonder brought global attention to the nation's cultural richness. Lawrence Esiama Hansen, known as Bulldog, has criticized Black City, Stonebwoy's former manager, for collaborating with Shatta Wale on Vybz Kartel's Freedom Street concert in Jamaica. Speaking on Joy Prime, Bulldog labeled Black City's public acknowledgement of his role as a huge stab in the back to Stonebwoy, questioning the loyalty behind his actions. Despite his disappointment, Bulldog praised Shatta Wale for the event's historic success, calling it a long-held dream come true. Black City's social media post expressing gratitude to Shatta Wale sparked mixed reactions, with some hailing the partnership and others accusing him of betrayal. And this is how we end entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
Shouts to everyone there who has supported K Africa this far. Bless. Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. Feeling like a mess, someone set me free. Person where depressed, I don't feel complete. But then nobody they care, they all got their fiends. Trouble after trouble, no disease. Matter for my head, no fee give me peace. Life gave me lemons, I no fee squeeze. But I say then they sit on my destiny, yeah. Boy, man, I'm a nyaswati. Boy, man, I'm a yes, in Beben soon, in Sem Shebimu, me then I'm a canna bunting. Woman, I'm a nyaswadi, oh, woman, I'm a wadi. Yes, in Beben soon, in Sem Shebimu, me then I'm a canna bunting. Taya, man, I really stress, my soul don't vex. Saturday, sad man, I feeling less. Man, don't tire. I dey put in work, do my best. I dey pray one day I go reap interest. Yeah, pray non-stop, but the pain don't stop. I dey work non-stop, I dey grind all the time, but the loss don't stop. Yeah. Joy, oh joy, for my life make I have some joy. See I dey smile but within no joy, and only God will forgive me joy. Boy, me na manya swati. Boy, me na mi ya wati. Yes, see, bemen soon. In sem shemimu. Me ye den na makana bonti. Boy, me na manya swati. Oh, boy, me na mi ya wati. Yes, see, bemen soon. In sem shemimu. Me ye den na makana bonti. Taya. Man, I really stress. My soul don't vex. Saturday, sad man, I feeling less. Man, don't tire. I dey put in work, do my best. I dey pray one day I go reap interest. Yeah. See, I dey pray non-stop, but the pain don't stop. I dey work all the time, but the loss don't stop. Yeah. Joy, oh joy, for my life make I have some joy. I dey smile but within no joy. Only God will forgive me, joy. Wamena manya sodi, wamena miya wadi. Yes, see, bemen soon in sem shemimu. Me then I'm a kana bunting wati. Wamena manya sodi, oh, wamena miya wadi. Yes, see, bemen soon in sem shemimu. Me then I'm a kana bunting. Taya. Man, I really stress, my soul don't vex. Saturday, sad man, I feeling less. Man, don't tire. Man, I really stress, my soul don't vex. Saturday, sad man, I feeling less. Mama, don't tire. Papa, don't tire. See the counter people tire. The country retire. We retire, the youth don't tire. See, mama, don't tire. I dey put in work, do my best. I dey pray one day I go reap interest. Yeah. Tire. Man, I feeling less, my soul don't vex. Saturday, sad man, I really stress. Man, don't tire. I dey put in work, do my best. I dey pray one day I go reap interest. Yeah. Pray non-stop, but the pain don't stop. See, I dey work non-stop, I dey grind all the time, but the loss don't stop. Joy, oh joy, for my life make I have some joy. I dey smile but within no joy. Only God will forgive me joy.
Pamina manya so di, Pamina miya hodi. Yes, it baby so. Inception me move. Me a den I'm a kind of bunty. Yeah, freak bro.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options. MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space.
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. It's time to enter the PL zone. And guess who our pilot is, taking us deep into that zone? Yao J. Minta. The L of all mints.
The tooth man.
El Minty.
Oh, the tooth man.
My guy.
Tooth man.
Charlie, it's good to have you. It's good to have you.
But this pilot has a lot of haters. This pilot has a lot of haters. Yeah, they see me as one who is a fierce critic of Chelsea, and so yeah, the Chelsea fans, they don't like me at all.
You see,
Jafar is one of them,
and that's why you are in the pilots. Next time when you are in the air with them, you should try hating.
Colleagues, friends from the media, we want to assure you that for us as New Patriotic Party, we have our pink sheet. What we went through the other time, we've learned lessons. We will not bring our original pink sheets for anybody to take it and tear them apart. We have our pink sheet. We had a directive from the EC. Submit your report, your results to the return officer. The return officer will look at them. Where there are discrepancy, the EC will have the final decision to make. For us, we have our pink sheet. We've also taken it upon ourselves to scan all of them. So you may attack our pink sheet, but you will not attack the original copies as we were given. That is our statement. We will wait and hear from the return officer. We've been given 1 hour within which to submit our copies. We've given scanned copies to the EC. We also have our original.
Are you presenting scanned copies for some polling?
With the 62 remaining, we've given them to the EC. Where the EC will want to authenticate, we are ready and we will justify it with the pink sheet they gave us from the polling stations, and we have them.
How did you come by polling station pink sheets all of a sudden?
All of a sudden, we have them. We were given at the polling station. You think we would just not be working? We were giving these pink sheets at the polling stations. And so if you know, all the 281 polling stations will have them.
The last time there was a coalition exercise here, the arrow said you could not present about 33 of those polling stations, and that for reason.
Let him sit and go through. You need to go and look at the Electronic Transaction Act and be advised as such. Thank you very much.
This is it. Well, just wait. All the cameras should be on Ablekumanov, and let's see whether they can produce that 281 pink sheet. They stand there, and Dr. Sriboy is saying we should allow NPP to produce their soft copy or scanned copy for collation.
Are they supposed to present 281 or 62 pink sheets?
Now, that is why we are producing 62. But Dr. Nimaku, who all this while, NPP Ablekumanov said they do not have a single pink sheet. Today, is telling us they are all the 281. Today, I am happy you asked him that question. That all this while they've maintained they do not have a single pink sheet. How come this today they have all the 281? They are not even talking about 62 again. They are talking of having possession of 2. I want all your cameras. I challenge Dr. Numaku. Even today, he cannot produce 281 pink sheets. Just as he told you a minute ago, he can never. It is a total lie. He brought a pink sheet from other centers and look, how do you? EC is saying they don't have pink sheets. They don't have soft copy. And Dr. Sriboy is telling us we should allow NPP soft copy for collation. How do we allow a political party's soft copy for collation? Where has this happened before? They should give us one constituency that EC use soft copy for collation, not from the EC, but from the NPP. Where does this happen? It is up to the commission. And Charlie, what is happening in Ghana? Is it a one-party state? What is happening? What is happening? It's party for NPP. This is a constituency, the 2020 election. You beat NDC with a difference of over 24,000. And today you are claiming you are winning with 4,400 votes. It's one of our past 28 years.
So you had the constituency organizer for the NDC in Ablekuma North contesting the NPP's claims that they have all the 62 polling station results in hard copy. Earlier, on December 21, a similar coalition exercise was done here. During the coalition for Ablekuma North, the returning officer refused to continue with the processes because he didn't have the full complement of the pink sheets, and the NPP could not produce all the pink sheets. Now, the NPP is telling us that they have in their possession all the pink sheets.
Amate Ajauto, returning officer for Techiman South. Following the court order that we should complete our coalition today, we have come to the end of the coalition for Techiman South. And here are the results for Techiman South. Martin Kwaku Aje Mensan Kosa hold 46,663 votes. Christopher Bayere Baswenti hold 43,429 votes. Donko Moses hold 140 votes. Boyong Idris hold 76 votes. Total valid votes are 90,308. Then total rejected ballots 844. Total vote cast 91,152. Now, there are issues with 2 outstanding polling stations. And these polling stations, votes have not been added to these votes that I've read to you. And these polling stations are DA Primary School, Bamiri. They have 657 voters. Islamic JHS, Abosu, also have 481 voters. If you add them up, you will get 1,138 voters in these 2 polling stations. Looking at the results on the summary sheets, even if you add this total number of voters to one candidate, it will not make a change for the winner. And following the number of votes polled by the candidates, Martin Adjei-Mensah-Nkosa is leading with 46,663 votes. With the power vested in me as the returning officer for Techiman South, I therefore declare Martin Kwaku Adjei-Mensah-Nkosa as Member of Parliament for Techiman South elect.
Amen. 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 It is possible.
My name is Francis Chum, Deputy Returning Officer, Tema Central. Now, flowing from the court's decision for us to complete the collation of the 2 polling stations left in Tema Central, we have finalized the collation for all the 147 plus 1, which is special voting, making 148 polling stations in Tema Central. And here are the results. Mr. Charles Forson of the NPP had 18,870. Madam Ebi Bright of NDC had 18,815 votes. Mr. Frederick Enieje, an independent candidate, had 209 votes. Total valid votes, 37,894. Total rejected ballot, 144. Total vote cast, 38,038. Now, in view of the above results, and by the power vested in me, I, Francis Chum, Deputy Returning Officer, Tema Central, declare Mr. Charles Forson, MP elect for Tema Central. Thank you.
Let me take you inside from the entrance to the inside, and let's see how things are happening. Asking the security situation inside from the outside into the coalition center. So you can see in your shot police officers here in their numbers. We would have to go through the barricade, and you can see the police officers here in their numbers, ensuring that no individual without an accreditation comes in here. So you have to go through the first barricade, and this is the second barricade, and you can also see police officers stationed here in their numbers, immigration officers also here in their numbers, ensuring that security is beefed up in this particular.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple at Boseokai in Accra at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments, whoa, and lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space.
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Ago.
Grateful for your time this morning. So last night we got here. I mean, the welcoming was very great for a lot of patrons and they admired it. Why do you put in so much effort in getting your patrons the best?
For USBET, what we believe in is to exceed the expectations of the guests, and that's all that we set ourselves to do. We don't want the guests to come and it's normal, no. There must be something that is extra to the experience, and that's what we are always interested in doing. And so when we know that you guys were coming, we decided to put in a lot of measures to ensure that some might not probably have gotten the best of experiences in other places, but when they come here, we want to correct everything. Give them something to smile about, something to be happy about. And I'm sure with your interactions with some of them, they will tell you that I heard somebody saying that for him the caravan just started because he feels that the experience that they've had here is nothing compared to cannot be compared to what they have experienced before. We went so much on top to give them the best of service and experience.
And I think that this has actually been telling that every year we want to come here, be a part of what is happening here. Tell us more. What more do you do here? And what are the new additions that you want people to know?
There must be a reason why City will always choose us. I think we are the only hotel since the caravan started that every year City has chosen to be there. There must be a reason. We go to the level of exceeding the expectations of our guests. And we've put in a lot of measures within our facility. What we set out to do is to build the most sustainable hotel in Ghana. So on issues of sustainability, for instance, we are running on a 250 kilowatt solar system. So solar power sources are from our own sources. We don't have a Ghana water meter in our premises here. We have our own water sources, treat them, and the water you use to bath, even in your bathroom, is just like water that you can drink. Aside that, we produce our own water. Even the bottles for the water, we blow the bottles here ourselves. Yes, we have our greenhouse. We grow our vegetables ourselves. This year we decided to try on grapes, and our grapes just started fruiting. So these are some of the measures that we have put in place. What we try to do here is to bring in some of these sources to lower our cost of production, so that we can charge charges that are okay, competitive for our clients. So we have just been upgraded to 4-star hotel, and it just happened that it came with your coming here. Just yesterday, our certificate arrived that we are now a 4-star hotel, being amongst the 19 4-star hotels in Ghana. And we are proud of what we've been able to achieve here, because we are fully indigenous, owned by Ghanaians, managed by Ghanaians, and managed by very dynamic young guys who are occupying key roles in the various facets of the facility. And then we have been able to achieve this. We are excited by it, and we like the patronage from clients. People hear of us everywhere, and they want to come and they have an experience and a taste of the Usbet experience that people have been talking about.
Finally, so we know that we are in the Heritage Month. I'm sure there are specific lineups that you have to mark this season. Tell us.
Yes, what we try to do within the Heritage Month is to focus on indigenous cuisines. Cuisines that are getting missing. I was at the breakfast today, and some people, there was what we call chachra and other things, and somebody was asking me, what is it? What does it go with? What do we eat with? It means that we are getting lost in sense of touch with our local cuisines, and that is what Usbet we try to do. Usbet is probably, I would say, that the first hotel to try and introduce the local cuisines even in breakfast in Ghana. And we have built this one now. Today you saw that in breakfast there's kenke, there's Hausa cocoa, there's local porridge, there is everything local, and that's what we try to do at Usbet here.
What would you tell people who are here to experience your facility?
If you've not tasted the Usbet experience, you may want to try. Just go online, search for Usbet Hotel. Our phone numbers are there. You can reach us, and then we'll let you have that experience. The match talked about Kobe Pizza, the original one made from here. See you, and I'll be your host when you come.
So we are inching closer to the end of the 2023 edition of the Heritage Caravan, which is being organized by CTFM and City TV, with other partners also sponsoring this particular event. Well, today is the 6th day, and we're currently in Sunyani, precisely at the Usbet Hotel, where patrons are currently getting their luggage on the bus, their respective buses, and would be moving to our next destination, which will be at Atuabo in the Western region. And so that is going to be happening. But as you can see on the right side, we have Hollard Insurance. They are proud sponsors of this particular occasion, and so you see them with their stands here. I don't know what they have here. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, and we're grateful for coming on board. I'm seeing these things. What are they?
Sure, some few snacks on the go, so these are for caravanites, so as they get on the bus they can be chewing on them as they go along. Some treats from Hollard as usual. Yeah.
But are you, and I don't know if you're in the bus. You are not on the bus.
No, but I am in town. Normally, as you know, at every destination, the Hollard team are supposed to give an experience. So yesterday night, we received you, and another farewell session is happening this morning. So that's all about Hollard experience. Okay. Yes.
I'm grateful. So that is one of our sponsors, the Hollard. They are giving us something to munch on whilst we embark on our 10-hour journey to the Western region. Well, so you can see a lot of them wearing their Hollard t-shirts because today's event is being sponsored by Hollard. And well, Frema is calling her people to get into the buses because we have to leave here for our next destination. Remember that when we get to the Western region, we're going to have an event there that is going to be a formal dinner tonight, and so you would want to also check on that. But I'll be engaging some of the patrons here. Let me just grab a few of them and then speak to them. Let me just speak to this gentleman.
how has the experience been for you so far?
Charlie, it's been amazing. It's been amazing. Like traveling across regions, meeting new people, meeting friends on the bus and all that. It's been amazing. Quite an experience.
Great. And we're now leaving. We are going to be on the bus for at least 10 good hours. What was your experience like when we're traveling back down and we spent over 12 to 13 hours?
So our bus, we like to have nice games and interact with people and jam and all that. So it's been a fun ride. Even you don't even notice that it's 10 hours. Yeah. So I mean, today too is another day. We spend the time on the bus. So let's see how it goes, man. Yeah.
Right. So I'll try and grab a few others. Hey, let's talk quickly. So you have also been having super fun on the bus. That's on bus 2, and we're moving on another trip. I mean, moving from here to the Western region. What are your expectations going forward?
Maha Beach. Yeah. Any resorts in front of the sea, around the sea, Charlie. Superb. We expect a lot. There's a dinner dance over there. We are ready. We are swimming. I mean, for the past few days, we've been like the Ari guys, the Jago guys. Yeah. But I mean, tonight we are going to be gentle. Formal. Yeah. As if like we want to show the world that it's not only about shorts and then some t-shirts, but we can wear suits and stuff too. So we're expecting a lot. You understand? Okay. But I think we need to add some few more days to it so that I can ask for another 2 days for leave. So.
Another 2 days so that you enjoy it. Okay. So yes, he's one of the Caravanites here who is having a great time, a swell time here. So 3 buses, bus 1, bus 2, bus 3 on the other side. We're moving very soon to Atuabo, and as I have indicated, it's been mad fun for patrons over the period. I don't know if I can quickly get on the bus. Let me just try and see the experience. Well, I'll just do a quick shout here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so let me just explain that one. So anytime you hear let's go, it means that we all need to be moving from our rooms. I mean, let's get on board and we'll move away to our next destination. Let me speak to some of the people here. Okay, so you have your things packed. We're moving to Atuabo Maha Beach Resort. What are you looking forward to?
Okay, I was there last year, so I have a bit of what to expect, but I'm just looking forward to a very good time there again.
Well, some people are saying that if it's possible, we should, add 2 more days to the trip.
I agree.
Is it something?
I totally agree. If we do like 2 weeks, it'll be fine.
2 good weeks?
Yes, 2 good weeks. 10 days. Okay, 10 days. But 1 more day here in Uzbek. Wow. Yeah, one more day here in Uzbek.
Okay, so it means that people are enjoying the experience here at Uzbek. Let me just get to speak to him to if he is also, supportive of the 2 more days or,
Oh, yes. Totally enjoyable experience, and particularly here at Uzbek Hotel. It's been a wonderful experience. Too bad we have to leave. We didn't quite enjoy all the facilities, but it's been fantastic so far.
Okay, I'm grateful. So I'll do a last shout. The other one, we'll do that one, okay? City Yakoko, Uzbek Yakoko, Maha Yakoko. All right. All right, so this has been, this is the bus 2, the very fun bus that you want to be on anytime, any day, and we'll be getting the experiences as and when it matters.
Well, so the 10-hour journey was not as boring as you would think it was, because there were several activities happening on each of the buses. That is on bus 1, bus 2, and bus 3, because we had some of our sponsors taking advantage of the situation to, talk about the goodies they have for their patrons, and also some other activities like the Jamash session that you would love to enjoy. Also, there was a stopover at one of our sponsors, that is Go Station, on our route to the Western region.
Nice. We like it.
You know something? Something happened today. I think it's really been a journey. You know,
Sure
with
has
what
been.
happened at Newmont and also the vehicle that blocked the road. Now, I'm going to go around. Let's say you are a journalist, yeah? Or a newscaster, a reporter. You saw what happened today and you're supposed to give an account. How is your report going to be like?
How are you going to tell the story of the events of today?
You see the way when journalists speak, when newscasters speak, you sit at home and you mute us. Then you increase the volume. Then you insult us small. Give the report.
Oh, you're a TF4. Car can say be a blocking quite my into me cry.
Cyril.
We're tasty Ankasa.
No, this one is headlines. So now the news in details.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
No, news, ladies and gentlemen, and cow.
Okay. As you can see, the road is blocked. It's very unfortunate. We did not come this far to see this, but it tells us of the state of our roads in this country. We need to set up our community, our politicians, and everybody. Yes, we need.
No, you do. Newscaster, papa. You are clapping. No, he did not. So the Newmont one, no. What's your account?
That one I wasn't there.
Hey, my friend.
Did you fly here?
The Newmont one, no. You know the one the buses wanted to take that route and we had to come back. Give your account.
Okay.
And now news no kai. You have resigned. Okay, no problem. The next time you are watching news and you tell us that now God will be watching you. You see? Yes. Well, let me come here. Let's go. 5 minutes more. So the account, you know, the vehicle that blocked the road will be account with caravanites walking across.
Looks like she's the one that does the sign language. Yeah. What's the question? What happened on our road, on our routes? Remember, the vehicle that blocked the road and all the hassle we had to go through. You've given a come back home.
As it stands, we cannot move. We have to wait for, we have to think of alternative routes to use in order to continue your journey to Maha.
Yeah. You're done?
Yes.
You're done?
Yes. That's my account.
That's your account. Okay, so what other alternative routes do we use?
Is it Papa Soul? I think I was sleeping there.
Enjoy your sleep. You see the job is not that easy.
The battle is the Lord's.
Thank you very much. Well, so this is it. You know, it's been quite a journey, but we thank God we are here. And tonight, we are having fun. But I think that after spending about 6 days together, we have really become one big family. Now, I'm going to go round. Nana, would you start that? And
Sure, why not?
Oh, okay, I'm going to start with you. For you, give me 7 names of people you've met. I don't want Hajia and Alaji. Last year, they were here.
They are veterans.
Yes. And don't give me, Doc, Hajia, Alaji. Give me names. 1.
General FIFA.
Where's General FIFA? Okay. 1.
Koku Bestman.
Yeah. 2.
Amma Ekem.
Doctor. 3. Hajia.
Oh, Mr.
Hajia,
Edo.
Hajia.
Mr. Edo is here. Mr. Edo is here.
Okay, 4.
Yeah. There's Sylvester.
Where's Sylvester?
Sly. Yeah.
5.
And then who else? I want to move off my bus and
Yeah,
do something
of
else.
course. Hey, why are people cheating in an exam hall?
Can I call Samens?
No.
On
No,
count.
Samens is on everybody's list.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
No.
Be Chachu. Be Chachu.
6.
Aren't we done? You want more?
1 more.
Okay. Edinam.
Where's Edinam?
Right there.
Oh, okay. Hi, Edinam.
And next to her is Jackie.
Hey, I've been on my pressure.
Uh-huh.
No, if you so. All right, now I'm
Yeah.
going to go round. Colgate.
Boache.
Where's Boache? Where's Boache?
No. Fremont, relax. Did you hear how she mentioned the Boache?
Boache.
Aha.
Hey, Boache, you have a missed call here.
Whatever you do with that information, your own wahala.
Mr. Arthur.
Where's Mr. Arthur?
Mr.
Oh,
Arthur,
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur is on Boache's table.
Harriet.
Harriet. Where's Harriet? Oh, okay. Harriet is there. Okay.
Abina.
Where's Abina? Oh, Abina is here. Hi, Abina. 3, right? Oh,
Yes.
no, 4. Hey, and you 5. 4. Are you done? You can't be done. You see? You see?
Really? Framer.
Kiki. Hey, are you adding me? Oh, no, don't add me.
I just met you.
Oh, please, I haven't met you.
Okay. And, yes. And then there was Dorinda.
Where's Dorinda?
Didi, right there.
Oh, hi,
Yeah.
Dorinda. 5. Which one? Which one? No score.
Sam Loku.
Where's Efe? Where's Sam Loku? Who is Sam
Sam
Loku?
Loco, Nigeria.
Hey, my friend. You are cheating in an exam hall.
Oh, I met Mr. Omane.
He's local,
Then
but I doubt
met-
he's a Sam.
He's Sam Loco. Please, you don't know him.
Sam Loco is a Nigerian actor.
Abena.
You've mentioned Abna already.
Right.
So we are about 150 people. You see the way you are struggling. You've mentioned
Spokes. And 6.
1 more.
Emmanuel.
Hey, examination or practice. Folks, why? They will cancel your
People are
paper.
passing answers under the table.
Who is Esquire?
3.
Where's Esquire? Esnam, where are you? Thank you very much. I like that. Look, no, listen. Understanding the question is part of the exam. Well, she sees you too. Last one.
Kofi.
Which one is Kofi?
Kofi.
Kofi what? No, it's not about 3 matter. Kofi what?
Kofi the DJ, Bastri DJ.
Who is Bastri DJ? Hey, Bastri DJ, Kofi Bastri DJ.
And then DJ Kofi Boyenyom.
All right. Okay. I think you've done well, Kiki. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm coming to you. Abna, give me 5 names of people you've met on the caravan. 1.
Roxanne.
Where's Roxanne?
Roxanne, where are you?
Akosia Beth.
Great.
Where's Akosia? Where's Akosia? Yes, Akosia. Akosia is my friend's sister.
Okay. Miss Millie.
Miss who?
Millie.
Millie? Hi, Millie.
Amos.
Amos? So 3, right? Amos. Where's Amos? Where's Amos? Hey, Amos is not here. Oh. Hey, give us the people names of people who are here.
Uncle Ato.
Uncle Ato.
Dr. Okreku.
Hold on. Hey, why you want to confuse the examiner? Where's Uncle Ato? Give us a wave. Okay, Uncle Ato is here.
Dr. Yao Okreku.
Dr. Yao Okreku. Where's Dr. Yao Okreku? Hi, doctor. Officer, let's go. Number 1.
Okay, so I'll start with Franca.
Where's Franca?
Third here. Yeah, let's start.
You won't start with Franca, sir. Franca started saying.
Then I'll move to Nancy Colgate.
Nancy Colgate. Please give us a wave.
Okay. Then I'll move to Nancy NLA.
Hey. Do we have Nancy GTA to around? Nancy Boy.
Then I'll go to the boys at the back.
Yeah.
Kwekuyanka.
What?
Kwekuyanka is there.
Wait.
Oh, Charlie, Kweku, where are you there?
Where's Kweku?
Kweku's here.
Oh, hi, Kweku.
Gabriel.
Where's Gabriel? Wait.
Oh, he's seated there. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Doctor. That is.
Kweku, you can't cheat in an exam hall. Master Abeya steady you. Which one is that? If you can't convince them, confuse them. No, you have confused me. Clap for Kweku, please. Nana.
Fremma, maybe we can come here. Right in front of you. This way.
Yes.
Yes, sir. 5 names of people you've met on the caravan since day 1.
Okay. Evelyn. Alice.
Great. 2.
Does TJ and Doji qualify?
No.
Okay.
That's no score.
Pokes. Miss P. Who else? Yao. Dr. No, there's someone else.
Miss P. Give us a wave. Okay, Miss P is there.
And Dr. Yao.
Which of the Dr. Yaos?
Dr. Yao Okreku.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you very much. 5 names straight.
No, Nana is here.
Yes.
Nana, I haven't forgotten. Nana, I'm calling you. Good evening. How are you?
Very well.
Let's go.
I met Bernard Avle.
At where?
That was one of my biggest goals, to meet Bernard Avle, actually. So when I met him, that was all I needed.
Okay. No, the journey started from Tessano. So it is part. Bernard 1. Don't mention your husband's name.
Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Ayi.
Is that 1 or what? Or 2? No, if you mention Mr. and Mrs. 1. No. Mrs. has a name. I disagree. We can't say Mr. and Mrs. Ayi. It is non-score. Say maybe Mr. Daniel Ayi. Mrs. Ellis.
They may be a couple, but they are 2 individual human beings.
Yeah, so
Mr. Ayi and Nana Enchiwa. That's his wife.
So 3.
I've met Mr. Shine.
Where's Mr. Shine? Mr. Shine, where are you? Oh, okay, at the back. Right. 1 more.
And in fact, the name has popped up a lot. Abbas is divided into Zongo and then the Montessori. Yes. The name, I'm yet to see the person's face.
Okay.
Angel Gabriel.
Oh, Gabby. No, is it Montessori or?
Zongo side.
I thought as much. Gabi, why? But why are the Zongo members? Yeah, that's the gentleman in the nice suit. Yeah. No, Gabi, stand up. Let's see you. The Zongo class prefect. People clap for him. Nana, thank you very much. What's the time? Oh, Nana, it's past midnight. It means that Enaya Friday.
OG.
Do you people know that Enaya Friday? Wow. But I think that, look, honestly, our doctors have done amazing. Do you agree with me? I think they deserve a round of applause.
Give it up for the doctors.
Where are the doctors? Where are they? They've stepped out? Oh, bad to why? Okay. Well.
Okay. Well, it's been great so far. It's been amazing. We're going to take a few words from the MD of City FM and City TV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to our MD, Summers.
Thank you. I got the timing wrong. I was actually eating a PC. Please cover that one for me. I'm not done. Thank you very much. We thank you all for making it to Heritage Caravan 2023. I'm sure that the experience that you have will leave you with a yearning for more, because the feedback we get, oh, can we spend more time here? Can we do that? Can we do this? But our duty actually is to remind you that Ghana is a good destination to spend money for tourism. I think that's what the middle class people are missing out. You know, every Ghanaian middle class person, when they tell you they are going on leave, it's another way of telling you that they are traveling outside of the country. And at times, I wonder why you want to travel out with this whole Wahala airport, go and look for your bag, or these, go and spend money in another man's country and all that. So our effort is to try and redirect the spend inside Ghana. So if you have a 1 month leave, spend 2 weeks in Ghana and spend 2 weeks elsewhere, if you can help it, okay? Because tourism, for me, these are the low-hanging fruits for development, especially for least developed countries like ours, because our cultural assets that we have are rich and varied, from the buildings in terms of the castles, from the experiences in terms of the festivals, from the history. I mean, look, every aspect of tourism, we have something to show. And we are saying as City that there's something to say for using your money to buy tourism made in Ghana. And that's why we do what we're doing. It's not one of our revenue generators, trust me. If you paid money to be part of this, I am sure by the second day you calculated and noticed that your money was done. True? So there's so much to be. But hey, not to bore you too much, but I'm very excited to be here. Incidentally, we come here and we make new friends. I'm telling you. Last year, I met Hajia and the husband. And trust me, they've been part of everything we've done as City since last year. And so I was told that once you hit 45 to 50 years, you don't make new friends, but we are throwing that model away. We are still making new friends, and Caravan offers that opportunity. We've had people here who have been on Caravan for 4, 5 times, right? Where's Kofi? Kofi Manfo. Where's Kofi? Kofi Manfo. Kofi's been here. He's been here, I think, 4 or 5 times, man. He never gets tired. Okay, now Frema says I should say that he got a wife out of caravan. Please, I don't know anything about that. Now, I have, also come here and I've met new people, and I'm very excited about that. Actually, last year I met Foyo and the wife. And Foyo is here. And when we met there, we've been very good friends. And we meet regularly every Friday at +233. True? Or I blow your cover. And that's what this whole thing is about. And I am sure that even on this occasion, people are going to make new friends. And I'm talking about longer lasting friendships. Okay? Very glad. I also have met some seniors in school. Some people that, were in a lower level and were, Dr. Yao Kreku is here. Dr. Kreku was our senior in the university. One thing I used to like about him was he spoke good English, and I wondered what happened to me. But he was an engineering student. Doc, you're doing civil or mechanical? Electrical engineering. The man spoke English nice, chape, but thick. And it's so good to see you again after how many years? But he stayed in touch because, I'm in the media, so people can always connect. And he's the kind of person who does the correction from outside. Anything he hears, he'll send me a message. If it's wrong, we take it, we correct it. And now that you've been recruited into the City family, please feel free to put all your observations and corrections on the platform. Okay? We will love that. And then Bechachu is here. Mr. David Abbey, please put your hands together for him. Now, David, I actually didn't know him before, but I got to know him in 2005. He just used to call me from nowhere and correct everything we're doing with business news. He would call and say, I listened to your business news. They have to change this. Well. He's a ground man, And he was our offsite business editor. Before I got to know him, one thing led to another, and he's become part of the family from 2005 till now. Let's put our hands together for. And the wife now. Now, it was your birthday. When was that? Your wedding anniversary. Wabashwan. Good. And then the last one is Dr. Roxon. Now, this man, Dr. Roxon is a dentist in the US. He was my senior in Swedru Secondary School, 2 years ahead of me. I haven't seen him in 40 years. And he never said anything to me. Saturday, I got there, I said, Senior Roxon. He said, yeah. But there are some seniors who are very horrible in school. You remember those ones? But he hasn't changed. So calm. Even when you are sinning, you are shy. Good to see you and your lovely wife, who's also an alum of Swedru Secondary School. And then where's Victoria? Victoria is another Swedru Secondary School. She's a lawyer with the World Bank? The World Bank. And I just met her for the first time because she's generations my junior. You understand? But when we come to this platform, we are all one and the same. Okay? So please, I'm not sure what they expected me to say, but I've spoken my mind, Again, I met him in 2005, random, in a shop somewhere on the Spintex Road. And we just became friends. And this guy has been there for us. And if I say he's been there, at times I watch him on social media, he's fighting people on behalf of City. And I say, hey, Papa, take it easy. He said, no, let me deal with them. You know, he goes by the name Best Man. And I think yesterday was his birthday. So we are going to chop the birthday too. Best Man, thank you for everything you've done with us and for us. God bless you. Prima, please, is that okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our MD, City FM, City TV, Samuel Atamensa, the Samens.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple at Boseokai in Accra at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow,
and
this
games.
show is really informative. Yeah.
We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space! Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Would you like to live in Venice surrounded by tourists? Join us as we follow a young Venetian resident through the lagoon. There's more to Manchester than football. This former industrial hub is an underrated travel destination. And what do Berliners eat? It's not just currywurst or Döner. For the brave, there's also pork knuckle. These stories and more coming up on Euromax. Venice. For many, it's a dream vacation spot. And then there are its 50,000 inhabitants. What's it like for born and bred Venetians living between the Grand Canal and ancient buildings? In our series Young and European, 18-year-old Nick Pettinello shows us his Venice.
I love Venice. I think it's one of the best places to grow up, not only because of the culture, but the freedom you have, walk the streets, go wherever you like.
Venice, the city of bridges and canals, of dreams and romance. Tourists converge on the Queen of the Adriatic from all over the world. But what's it like to grow up here?
Buongiorno, good morning. My name is Nick, and this is my house in Venice.
18-year-old Nicholas Pettinello was born here. He clues us in on what life here is like as a student.
I get up at 6:30 in the morning and eat breakfast here. Italians usually have light breakfast like this one, and then have something to eat at school, and for lunch a big meal, like we'll see later.
At 7:30, after some coffee, juice, and cookies, Nick heads off to school.
Every morning, I go to my grandma and I say hello and take her trash downstairs. Ciao, Nonna. In Italy, it's very common to live with your grandparents and the whole family living together in one house.
Nick's family has lived here for about 250 years, as long as the house is old. Nick lives in Dorsoduro, one of 6 districts in Venice's historical center. Here, everyone goes nearly everywhere on foot. The Vaporetti, or water buses, play a vital part for public transport among the more than 100 islands. They run on 20 lines day and night. Motor scooters, bicycles, and cars are strictly prohibited in Venice.
As you can see, it's really beautiful, but after 1,000 times that you do it, it gets a bit boring.
The average age of Venetians is rising. Of the remaining 50,000 residents, only around 9,000 are under 18. Many schools have closed in recent years, especially in the historical center of Venice. Nick's High School is one of about 10 primary, middle, and high schools still open. Nick's in his last year of high school. After graduating, he wants to study computer science.
In Italy, to apply to university, you have to do it 4 months before you graduate. So in February, when I have an idea to what to do and where to go, I'll apply to different universities and do the test for those universities.
By around 10 a.m., Venice is all but overrun with tourists. During peak season, about 100,000 arrive each day, plus a good 50,000 day trippers, equal to the local population of the historical center of Venice. For Nick, it's another day in tourist heaven.
All Venetians have to know these hidden streets to get around when there's a lot of people.
Back home, his mother is waiting for him.
Ciao, how is school?
Good, thank you.
Nick has dual citizenship. His father is a 12th generation Venetian. His mother is American. Like many Italians his age, Nick lives with his parents, but he plans to move out right after graduation. He'll be a minority in Italy, where about 2/3 of men aged 18 to 34 live with their parents. Italians have a word for sons who live with their mothers long past the age of 30, mamone. Almost every day after lunch, Nick gets together with his friends.
We're going on my friend's boat to another island called Certosa to have fun with friends and have a drink.
Many of Nick's friends, like his longtime bestie Filippo, own their own boat. For anything under 40 horsepower, they don't even need a boating license. And after the age of 16, they don't need anyone else in the boat.
In the afternoon, we always come to bars and play some games. Here we're playing Bisca, which is a very Venetian game, which we play always. I play with my friends. And I think I'm gonna win this one. I've always been happy living in Venice. Being a small city doesn't have a lot of opportunity for the future. So I'm thinking of going out for university and maybe work. But I've always loved living here as a kid, and I think that in the future I'll come here to set up a family. I'll even come back here one day.
Moving on now to Lila White, a photographer and visual artist in Madrid. But first and foremost, she's a dancer. Lila grew up in a refugee camp in Algeria, moving to Spain as a child. Her most important dance partners are her 2 crutches. She's made a living with a disability that is part of her art.
For me, there's no doubt. Dance is the best thing that could have happened to me. We carry things inside us that we need to let out. Dancing gives me the chance to do just that. For me, dance is total freedom.
Baile es pura libertad.
Lila White was born in a refugee camp in Algeria. She contracted polio there, which led to the partial paralysis of her legs. At the age of 8, she was taken in by a family in Girona, Spain.
Descubrí el baile.
I discovered dance during a pretty rough time. I was bullied at school. One day, I came home, went to my room, put on some music, and turned off the lights. It gave me a chance to express everything I was feeling inside. Anger, frustration. In that moment, I realized I was dancing without knowing what dancing was.
Las muletas son muy importantes.
The crutches are very important to me.
No me inspiran.
They don't inspire me. They're a part of me that I couldn't do without.
Yo no podría hacer nada sin ellas.
They're my best friends.
Son mis mejores amigas.
They're my lovers. They're my companions.
Compañeras.
They're everything. The only time they don't exist for me is in my dreams.
The self-taught dancer had her first performance in 2014. Today, she performs on international stages and collaborates with renowned choreographers from across Europe. The road to here hasn't been easy, though. But as time goes on, Lila has begun dancing in increasingly prominent companies. England was her first artistic home.
England was a very important doorway for me. That's where my career as a dancer began. When someone steps into your life and says, "Trust in your work," you eventually start to believe it. But that takes a lot of effort. It doesn't happen overnight. It's about gaining self-confidence and embracing the crutches on stage.
In addition to dance, Lila is also a visual artist and photographer. Through her images, she explores her relationship with her twin sister, who remained in the refugee camp in Algeria. As a result, she didn't grow up with her.
Dance and photography are very different forms of expression. These self-portraits were another refuge for me, and the only way to visualize my twin sister's existence. As I got older, I started to wonder, does she look like me? I think I found her through photography.
Two forms of artistic expression with two crutches and two families. And with each movement and every photo, Lila White is telling her story.
The borders lie within ourselves. But if you know how to bring what you love to life, there are no boundaries. You can dance without crutches, without feet, without fingers. In the end, all barriers are just in your head.
When a pet passes away, the sense of loss for some is like losing a family member. More and more pet owners want to give their furry friends a dignified farewell, and a former church in southern Germany is helping make that possible. This family is grieving the loss of a loved one.
He was always there. Always there. Whether I needed him or not. He was always there. He was simply always there.
They're not grieving the loss of a human being, but rather their dog, Pinu, a Malamute Husky. Here in the former St. Paul's Church in southern Germany, families can gather to give their furry friends a proper send-off. But wait, a church service for animals? Is that even allowed in Germany? More on that later. Sonja Westermann is a professional eulogist for both people and animals. Her eulogy for Pinu is full of anecdotes and memories, as if she were talking about a human being.
For me, there is no difference, because when you have loved someone and say goodbye to a family member, the pain is the same, whether a loved one is gone or a beloved animal.
Dasselbe, ob ein geliebter Mensch jetzt weg ist oder ein geliebtes Tier.
Ellen Weinmann and her partner Florian Dusterwald bought this former Methodist church in August of 2023. So how did the local community react to having their former place of worship turned into a funeral home for animals?
We were incredibly lucky when we took over this church. There was a blessing service with all the former parishioners. Everyone was there. We got to know each other personally. Everyone thought it was good and is happy that the church will continue to be used in this way.
And what do they say to people who think this is all a bit too much?
Nothing.
For some people, it's just an animal, and for others, it's a fully fledged member of the family. And we always say that everyone is allowed to grieve as much as they want, and everyone is given the space to do so. Whether it's a small or large space, that's decided by the heart.
Sylvan and Annette Gessner's animals are still very much alive, although one of the Irish wolfhounds may not live past the age of 5. He and his wife appreciate having a place to plan the funeral of their pets, even if they need some more outdoor potty training.
For us, it's like a circle, like a thread, going through the circle, saying goodbye, cremation, into the urn, and back home again. And for us, this completes the circle.
Around 34 million pets live in German households, and the trend is rising. Ellen Weinmann organizes up to 1,000 funeral services for deceased pets each year, including horses. Prices range from €250 up to $4,000, depending on the weight of the animal. Germany has very strict rules regarding pet burials, unlike in the US, where there are no federal laws pertaining to them, or in Canada, where animals can be buried with their humans.
The law in Germany clearly states that every pet and domestic animal may be cremated, but any animal that would theoretically be eaten may not be cremated. This is, of course, a borderline case with horses, because a horse can also be eaten. But you do have the possibility to apply for a so-called exemption permit for horses. Then this animal can also be cremated.
Back at the former St. Paul's Church, Pastor Marcus Kneiting stops by to see how business is going. In the eyes of a church official, are these pet services an acceptable practice?
In this case, of course, I would rather speak for the regional Protestant church. Animal burial is possible. The question is, of course, which liturgical rituals are used to accompany it. And you have to be careful that it's not identical to a normal human funeral. But for me, comforting a person who has to say goodbye to an animal is a matter of sincerity and pastoral care.
As the service for the dearly departed Pinu draws to an end, has the ceremony given his family a sense of closure?
I felt sadness, but I kept looking at these photos of him and was reminded of Pinu's life.
It was like a whole other world for a moment. We were really together with him again.
Regardless of whether you are for or against such ceremonies for animals, this was no doubt an emotional send-off for man's best friend. If you're going to the UK, Manchester is well worth a visit. This former industrial city lies some 300 kilometers northwest of London. Over the past few years, it's become something of an insider tip, as our reporter Hannah Hummel found out.
Welcome to Manchester, the northern industrial city that's probably most well known for its football or for the fact that it's produced musical legends like Oasis and the Stone Roses.
But the city's industrial heritage means it's not exactly famous for its beauty and therefore isn't usually on everyone's travel bucket list. I'm starting out with a wander through the Ancoats district, which was once the beating heart of the city's industry. Manchester is famous for being the first industrialised city in the world and was the UK's leading producer of cotton and textiles during the Industrial Revolution. Nowadays, Ancoats is one of the coolest districts in the city, with lots of up-and-coming restaurants, cafes and bars. Manchester is one of Europe's fastest growing cities, but it's seen even more redevelopment than usual since the pandemic. There seem to be innovative projects being set up all over the city.
This big white building over here is under construction right now, so we can't get any closer, but it's set to open in June as a major art space and cultural hub.
The city's development hasn't just been about new buildings. Creating more green spaces has been at the heart of the city's growth.
Mayfield Park is Manchester's first ever city centre public park, and it was designed as an urban escape. You can see that they've really made an effort to preserve Manchester's industrial parts in the midst of this huge, beautiful green space. Unique to the city, I guess.
Time for some more culture. Manchester has always had a thriving culture scene, especially when it comes to music. I'm meeting Santana Guerrero to find out more about how the city shaped the music scene here.
Why do you think Manchester has been such a hotspot for music?
It's always been like trying to redefine itself. Loads of DIY things happening. I think that's where the music came from. And also the influences that came into the city. So we've always had quite a big immigrational influx. So from the Irish influx back in the days to the South Asian influx, to the Jamaican influx. So there's always been kind of something going on in Manchester which influenced the music, and I think you can hear it, and therefore the great music that came out and the great artists that came out of Manchester.
Now I'm heading to my final stop of the day.
A trip to Manchester wouldn't be complete without visiting one of the city's famous craft beer bars.
Some of the finest craft beer in the world is brewed right here in Manchester, so a trip to the Marble Arch Inn seems like the perfect end to my day.
Very good.
Cheers. Welcome to Manchester.
Thank you. So is the beer that you guys have here, is it all locally brewed?
The brewery did initially start in the back room of the pub, where the kitchen is now, into some very, very tiny units. But as popularity and demand grew, we needed a bigger premises, so we then moved to a railway arch, just around the corner from the pub, which was quite pioneering in a way because half the breweries in Manchester are operating out of a disused railway arch. We were the first to do it.
Well, I have to say, I've been pleasantly surprised by Manchester. It might not be as beautiful as some other cities, but there's definitely a vibe and an atmosphere here that a lot of other places just don't have. And if the alternative scene is more your thing, Manchester is definitely the city for you.
Some traditional dishes can really divide opinion, and the Berlin-style pork knuckle, or Eisbein, is one of them. Some say it's too fatty. For others, it's wonderfully tender and juicy. One thing is for certain, after finishing an Eisbein, you're guaranteed to feel full.
A Berlin pork knuckle, or Eisbein, makes quite a visual impression. But in Berlin, it's a traditional dish. So, does everyone like it?
It's too greasy. I'd rather not eat one.
You have to like it. I do.
I used to eat it more, but not so much now. It's too greasy.
You have to eat it. No one can tell me otherwise. Either you get a decent one or one that's bad.
Opinions are as divided as the pork knuckles themselves. Today, when many people think of Berlin cuisine, they think of currywurst, doner kebabs, or meatballs. But pork knuckles are a Berlin classic. We'll tell you what to watch out for when cooking them.
Strictly speaking, pure nitrite is pure poison.
And how is Eisbein related to ice skating? Dicke Wirten in Berlin serves authentic and original Berlin dishes. The restaurant has been around for nearly 100 years. Meatballs in white caper sauce, liver and onions, and meatballs with fried eggs are on the menu. The cuisine here is hearty, to say the least, and Chef Andreas Bonig cooks the meanest of the classic Eisbein.
Das klassische Berliner Eisbein.
Diners in Berlin have enjoyed eating Eisbein for over 100 years. I like to eat it too. Personally, I even like the fat most of all.
Das Fett.
I polish it off.
Beziehungsweise ich esse das Fett auf.
But what exactly is a pork knuckle? We came to the Kumpel and Keule butcher shop in a Berlin market hall to find out. Pork knuckles come from the hindquarter or the forequarter shank. The hindquarter is a bit meatier than the forequarter, so it costs a little more. They say the bone in the forequarter looks like the blade of an ice skate. Back in the day, people would supposedly strap it to their feet and go skating across the ice on lakes. First comes the carving and then the curing. What exactly is the curing?
Curing means we take the meat color you normally have, the appetizing red, and conserve it.
For this, butcher Jörg Pfüsterer uses nitrate curing salt, some allspice, bay leaves, mustard seeds, sugar, and onion add flavor to the meat. It marinates in the brine for 2 to 3 days. Meat can also be cured at home.
As a rule, and this is important, nitrite curing salt shouldn't actually be used for seasoning, because only through the cooking or degradation process does it become edible and non-toxic. Strictly speaking, pure nitrite is pure poison.
Safety first. Now on to the preparation. How do we make a Berlin Eisbein?
Eisbein is boiled. Haxe always goes into the oven.
In southern Germany, this cut of meat is traditionally grilled in an oven. And they don't usually call it Eisbein, but instead Schweinehaxe. But it's pork knuckle all the same.
The meat is drier. It may turn out tender too, no question, but it's drier. While the Eisbein, if it's cooked properly, will just melt in your mouth.
Now it's time for the actual preparation.
Let's start with the good old onion. Then we need bay leaves, allspice berries, and very importantly, a little sugar. We need salt and a bit more curing salt.
The meat simmers with these ingredients in water for about 2.5 hours. That makes it nice and tender.
It's a simple dish. But many people maintain that a pork knuckle tastes best when it's cooked in a pot with 15, or in this case, with 20 other pork knuckles. That makes the pork knuckle taste better.
But what's totally inconceivable is pork knuckle without sauerkraut. Andreas lightly braises onions, bacon, carrots, and spices. Then adds the sauerkraut, white wine, apple juice, and sugar, and simmers it all together for 30 to 45 minutes. And then the classic Berlin dish is done. Eisbein with sauerkraut and potatoes.
The meat is really tasty. Tender, with sauerkraut, potatoes, and if you wish, some peas. That'll fill me up.
Then, bon appetit! Maybe on your next visit to Berlin, you'll give Eisbein a try.
And on that juicy note, we come to the end of the show. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button on our social media sites to see more fun stories from the heart of Europe. Till next time, it's goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration.
Viva Cola, Viva Grapes and
From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world. Piva drink at a burst of refreshment.
And orange, give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options. MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
So today we're going to be diving into the ultimate world where creativity meets history, or let's say art actually collides with history. And today I'm at the Art Center, and the Art Center is actually right in the heart of Accra. Where precisely? It's on the High Street, and if you're looking for it and you can't find it right on your Google map or any of your map apps, all you need to do is come to the High Street and ask for the National Lottery Authority, and it's right adjacent it, and ta-da, we're here. So like I said, we are going to be checking what this place has to offer, so come along with me. All right, guys, so take a look around you. When you look around you, there are fabrics of so many colors, style, textures, and so much more. In fact, I call this the fashion lane, and the fashion lane is not just normal fashion. It's already made fashion. So when you are here, you can actually pick up something to wear for every occasion. From clothes like kente, and also we have the batik, and so much more. And I even saw some bubus, guys. I saw some bubus somewhere. Well, this is a very pretty dress that you can see around here. And I think I saw the bubus somewhere there. And guess what? We also have jewelries. So if you're a fashion lover and you're in Accra and you are around the High Street and the Art Center precisely, this is the lane you should be looking out for. Not only the clothes, you have bags, you have caps, you have capes, you have slippers, and you have some jewelries too. This is such a beautiful boo-boo. Great for lounging with the girls, or the beach, or probably the pool, or just chilling alone at home. Anyway, guys, so I'm going to be speaking to someone very special, and he's going to take us through what he actually sells. And it's the fugu, or the batakari, made from the cloth called fugu. And the fugu, people usually call it the northern kente. Now, you know the normal kente, which is from the Ashantis, and the Ewes also have their own type of kente, but this is referred to as the northern kente. And he's going to tell us why it's referred to as the northern kente, and why the batakari is such a big deal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's speak to him. Hello, sir.
Yes.
How are you?
By the grace, I'm okay.
All right. So you actually sell the batakari.
Only batakari.
Only batakari attires. All right. So tell us a bit about the batakari and why it's so important to Ghanaians.
Welcome to the Kapia shop.
Thank you.
At Center. I'm selling solely batakari from the northern side of Ghana.
Right.
But we have 3 different types of batakari. But if you're wearing batakari, nobody knows that you have different types of batakari.
Right.
But me at the Sarah and the area of that batakari, I know the difference.
Right.
Any batakari that you wear, once you are going, I can see this batakari from this area.
Oh.
We have this type of batakari.
Yeah. So it's
also,
all about is it the patterns?
No. Where the material is coming from.
Right.
This material that I'm holding is the material that comes from the tamari.
Tamale.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the one who from this one's the one that you are holding over there. This one, this side, and those ones are from the Gonja land.
Gonja land.
Yes.
All right. So this is from the Gonja land.
Yes.
So is it by looking at it, That you know it's from the Gonja land?
How they sew it and weave it.
Oh, how it's woven.
Yes.
Right, how it's
woven. The weaving can identify the two.
Right, okay.
Yes. And the one that I'll show you to you, the first form, the tamarind one.
Yeah.
Look at this, hold it and see.
Right.
It's different from that.
Right.
So you can even identify how you feel it. You can identify the difference.
Right. So this one is a bit stronger.
Yes.
This one is a bit stronger and this one's a bit lighter.
If I wearing batakari, I prefer this one.
Why?
When you wash it, remain the same.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why this is heavy than this one, but I prefer this one.
Okay.
When you wear it or wash it, either machine or hand, remain the same.
Okay.
There's nothing.
So why is this important to Ghanaians?
Oh, the batakari is traditional dress that we used to do at the northern type of people use it. But now it becomes fashion for all Ghanaians and the African as well.
Yeah. So we've seen some presidents wear it, and because we've seen the vice president wearing it too.
You see, when you are wearing batakari, it projects you as you are from Ghana.
Right.
And it can identify you. Somebody asks you, are you from northern side of Ghana?
Right.
I say, no. Previous batakari belonged to the northern side. Nowadays, anybody can wear it.
It's for everybody.
But we have traditional ones that the kings and others are using them.
Right.
For that ones, if you are going to some Ra or something like that sort, I cannot use to wear that one unless the kings and others.
Right.
So if I could see that the king is wearing that, I have to change it because we respect our kings.
Right. So there's a story to it there. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's really nice talking to you. And ladies and gentlemen, now you heard it. Now you heard about the batakari. So if you're in Ghana and you want to get something very significant for yourself, I think you should get one batakari for yourself. And it's also a unisex thing. Girls can wear it and men can wear it. All right. Hello, Kojo.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
All right, guys. So this is Kojo, and Kojo is actually going to be my guide here. It's like he's actually an official guide assigned to me today. So he's going to be taking us around. So we've seen the whole already made segment, and right now, or the already made lane. I would call it the already made lane. But now, let's go and check out the other lanes. So what other lanes do we have?
Okay, we have some paintings and the wooden sculptures.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go and check it out.
Show you.
So this is one of the arts.
Yeah, this is the artworks.
Okay.
I'm talking about.
Hello, sir. How are you? These are very interesting fabrics. I know these are called mud.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Welcome to my booth.
Thank you. So I see different types of fabric. I know the mud.
So this actually the mud cloth.
This is the mud cloth.
And then this is a very thick one.
Yeah.
And this is a very light one.
Right. Yeah. But this is not the mud. This is the one of indigo, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Made with indigo.
So something like this, you can make shirt out of this. Also maybe a dress, like a straight dress for ladies and stuff for it. Yeah.
And what is this?
The price?
No, and is this the same thing?
Yeah, it's the same. That's what I'm saying. This is thicker than this one.
Right.
You understand? Yeah. But it's actually the same.
And usually, like, how much do you need to spend if you want to get some of this?
Oh, okay. So something like this, I can make for 950 cedis.
950 cedis for how many yards?
For the 2 yards.
For 2 yards?
Yes, please.
And 2 yards you can actually use for a cloth?
Yeah, for a cloth or maybe for like men's shirt.
Or a men's shirt?
Yes, please.
Or even like a design piece in your house, right?
Exactly. Or you can even make a bag out of it.
You can make anything out of it.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you so much. These are actually very beautiful.
Yeah.
And like it says, they actually have different textures. These ones are harder.
Yeah, this one
and these ones are a bit light. I love the blue one with the indigo actually.
Yeah.
from the area where they have a lot of woven products, from baskets to table mats to hats to fans and so much more. And yeah, like I said, I love this hat so much, and it just came from the weaving area. So right now we are situated where the drums are actually made. If you love drums, if you're into music, this is where all the magic happens. This is where they create all the drums that you hear here. Okay. As you can see, he's actually weaving the handle of the drum. And these are actually very carefully crafted. And actually all these designs are made here. And some of the men are doing similar right behind me. And they are so beautiful. And what I like it is that they actually added, is this fabrics or ropes?
It's rope.
Ropes. Yeah. So you put the ropes round. Wow.
Any color.
Yeah, any color you want. Yeah. And you can put it on it. Right. Like I said, so this is the German color. Is this for a German?
Yeah. You have Ghana, you have South Africa.
Yeah,
Jamaica.
Different colors.
Yes.
All made from the ropes.
Yeah.
Wow. So there you have it. Everything that you have seen here is what you would experience at the Art Center, from fashion to art to craft. And like I said, this is where creativity meets history, because every art tells a story, every fabric tells a story. In fact, everything has a story to it. So if you want to experience Ghana through some storytellings via art, culture, and fashion, I think this is where you should be. Anyway, we've done with all the hustle and bustle. Now it's time for us to experience something more refined. I need to go and change, and I'll be right back, and you will see me all refined. You know, there's something magical about a city in motion. From the humming of traffic to the sizzling of street food, well, I call it a symphony of magic. Well, today we are going to be moving to something different, moving away from the hustle and bustle of Accra to
Many thanks for keeping faith with us. This is Channel One Television. My name is Nana Tufo Boateng, and we're broadcasting live from our studios here at number 5 Ula Hansen Lane in Tesano, Accra. News coming in is that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has granted pardon to some 7 persons. These 7 persons will include William Atuesian of defunct Capital Bank, the former chief executive officer, and of course you have Philip Asibit and some 7 others. We'll take a quick look at these 7 persons, and to help me do so, I have in studio Fred Tete Jabano. He's the head of Current Affairs Production here at Channel One Television and City 97.3 FM. Thank you so much, Fred.
You're welcome, Nana.
Yes, Hansen Ajiman is our court correspondent. He's also joined us. Good morning, Hansen.
Good morning, Nana.
Great. So the news is that President Akufo-Addo has exercised his constitutional prerogative of mercy to grant pardons to several convicts, including Atuesian, the former chief executive officer of the now defunct Capital Bank. Now, this pardon, which comes as part of a broader clemency initiative, was communicated in a letter dated December 31, 2024, marking the end of the year with a gesture of leniency and reconciliation. So, Fred, let me start off with you, and let's trace back. Quite significant among the 7 persons who have been granted this leniency by the president will be William Atuesian, of course, stemming from the years of trial following the collapse or the banking sector cleanup. So if you can briefly give us a history surrounding who Atuasian is.
William Atuasian was the co-founder, or was the founder of the Capital Bank. He was accused of stealing 90 million cedis given to the bank as liquidity support from the Bank of Ghana. And in using that 90 million cedis, we are told per court records that he misused the money. He did not use the money for what was expected for. He spent the money in his own way. He was sent to court. He was charged with stealing. He was charged with causing financial loss and all that to the state. The case ran for over 4 years.
Yeah.
It's run well over 4 years, to the point where Mr. Atuasian actually decided to come in with a plea bargain at the last minute when the judgment of the court was supposed to be given in his trial. In the plea bargain, he agreed to pay part of the money in a stipulated time period. He was unable to meet that stipulated time period. He was supposed to be paying somewhere 50 million cedis at the time. He paid 5 million out of the 50 million within that period. And the state went back to court to get him sentenced and jailed. The judge agreed with the state at the time because he couldn't meet the promise he made to the state to pay back the 50 million. He was jailed for 15 years. And today we hear that the president has granted him pardon. I think after spending about 2 or 3 years in prison, he has been granted pardon. The next person who is also quite popular within this group is Philip Asibit. Philip Asibit is one of the people who were part of the Abu Ghapele trial. He was the businessman in whom we are told that during the JIDA trial engaged in a number of activities. He was also jailed for causing financial loss and also stealing. Today we are told that he has also been granted pardon. So these are the two popular cases within the public domain, and the two individuals who have been granted pardon by the president now.
Let me come to you, Hansen. I mean, you covered this trial extensively. I think the ruling, the final ruling came somewhere July of 2023, and he was sentenced to 15 years. So, I mean, that early agreement that Fred alluded to had to do with, I think, to avoid custodial sentence, there was an arrangement that some payments be made. He defaulted in this payment, and so the Attorney General moved an application for custodial sentence. So if you can just run us through the act on which he came for the negotiations or the act agreement, and of course the default and subsequent conviction. No, he had already been convicted, so sentencing. If you can run us through how it panned out in court.
So Atuasian was on trial for count of causing financial loss to the state. The case has traveled to its near end to the extent that the judge presiding over the case, Justice Eric Cheba-Four, had prepared his judgment on the matter. Just a night before he was to deliver his judgment, he was given an agreement between the state and Atuasian to go into a plea bargain deal, which is under the Courts Act.
Section 35.
The Courts Act allows for persons who are undergoing trial for certain offenses that have caused financial loss to the state to come under Section 35 of the Courts Act to pay off the money together with the interest that the state may deem possible, that the state may deem important, and then in exchange of that, that said person will avoid going to jail. And so that agreement came before Justice Eric Cheba-Four. Earlier, Justice Eric Cheba-Four disagreed with the move by the state and Atuasian, but upon subsequent arguments before him to show that indeed the cost as the state is talking about is a cost that is a financial loss to the state, Justice Eric Cheba-Four agreed with the terms that the state went with Atuasian. He earlier also had issues with the amount of money he was supposed to pay, because he thought that if he was accused of stealing 90 million and he is coming under the plea bargain procedure as stipulated in the Courts Act, then he should be made to pay more than expected. But the state thought that the best way was to peg it at 90 million. The agreement was for him to pay 30 million, which he paid. And then the remaining 60 million will be spread across...
That was in December of 2022.
In December of 2022. Yes. And the remainder 60 million will be spread across in a year. And so by December 2023, the expectation was that he would have completed making those payments.
And the agreement as adopted by the court will have him pay in 3 installments of 20 million cedis. That's the remaining
exactly.
60 million.
So he would have he was expected to pay 20 million by April, another 20 million by July, and then the final tranche of 20 million by August. However, by August, he had not paid up to 20 million. And the provisions of Section 35 was such that if the person defaulted, then a custodial sentence would have to be imposed.
Right.
For the state, and at the time, the Deputy Attorney General, Alfred Tuah-Yeboah, was very decisive on the matter that the state and Ato Essien didn't have any discretion if he defaulted, even on a day when he was supposed to make payment. And so when he defaulted on the first tranche, the state went back to the court, asking the court to impose a custodial sentence on him. When they went back to court, Ato Essien, at the time represented by Thaddeus Sori, explained that there were certain circumstances beyond his control that made it impossible for him to make the payment. Ultimately, the court gave him a 6 months grace period. At the expiration of that 6 months grace period, he had only paid about 7 million in addition. And so it was left with 53 million Ghana cedis that he was expected to pay back to the state. Failure of which the judge, agreeing with the state that indeed he had been given enough time to go through to refund these monies to the state, and since he had failed, imposed a custodial sentence of 15 years. He was at risk of going to jail close to 25 years, but the judge put it at 15 years. And so between then and now, we are made to believe that he's been in jail for 2.5 years. The president decided to exercise his prerogative powers of mercy as outlined in Article 72 of the 1992 Constitution, which of course he's supposed to do so acting in consultation with the Council of State. And he had decided to give a presidential pardon to Ato Essien because, according to the letter, Ato Essien is suffering from a medical condition for which he has undergone several surgeries. And so the news is that Ato Essien, who is the first casualty of the banking sector cleanup, if I'm right, has been freed by the same government that prosecuted him. The explanation that we get from the government is that he has a medical condition for which he has been freed. But the lingering question again is what happens to the 53 million Ghana cedis? I remember when the incident happened in an interaction with the Deputy Attorney General. He's still the Deputy Attorney General, Alfred Tuah-Yeboah, and even the Attorney General himself. They indicated that, of course, jailing him does not take away the powers of the state to retrieve the 53 million Ghana cedis that was outstanding. But we've not had any update on that up until now. And we don't know if, in line with this presidential pardon, it means that he will be let go on paying the 53 million, or the state will decide to still pursue him for that 53 million Ghana cedis. But what it means is that Ato Essien, who, according to the facts that were presented in court, took money from the Bank of Ghana to save Capital Bank, but ended up paying himself some money out of that same money and using portions of that money to create another bank.
Yes.
Instead of saving Capital Bank, has been freed by the state.
And this other bank will be the Sovereign Bank.
But this other bank will be the Sovereign Bank.
If you remember, Justice Eric Chebafo in his ruling described the entire movement of dissipating funds from Capital Bank to open Sovereign Bank as sheer greed on the part of Mr. Ato Essien. One other name amongst those who have been pardoned will be Philip Akpina Asibit.
Yes.
He was involved in the JIDA scandal.
Exactly.
Recall that this same JIDA scandal led to the jailing of Abuga Pele. Abuga Pele subsequently was released. I think he also enjoyed a presidential pardon somewhere in 2021.
Yes.
Granted presidential pardon. Same Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Granted Abuga Pele this presidential pardon in 2021. Fast forward, in the letter, of course, today we are getting to know that was dated 2024. So
the letter we get is that this was a letter to the Council of State informing it of the president's decision to exercise his prerogative right of mercy, of leniency.
Right. So for Philip Asibit, the court found him guilty on 6 counts of defrauding by false pretenses and 5 counts of dishonestly causing loss to public property. He was slapped with 12 years imprisonment.
Yes.
And I mean, this is what we know about
from 2018.
From 2018.
Yes, this is 2018.
So he was a businessman in the case, and the case against him was that there was not a valid contract between himself and JIDA, which is now known as the National Youth Employment Program. And based on that contract, he profited from it, and so his counts included defrauding by false pretense. The president, per his letter to the Council of State, indicates that Mr. Asibit also has been suffering from a medical condition, and for which a decision has been taken to give him this presidential pardon. He's already served 6 years in prison, and he, from the letter as we've seen, pleaded to be released on grounds of ill health. And as to the specifics, of course, we may not know, but the president, having considered the plea and the fact that he had served half of the sentence, decided to free him. We are told that in the case that went to court with respect to Asibit, there was about it was related to a 65 million grant, and the court held that the bank never released any money to the government for disbursement to the NYEP, then JIDA. The court then explained that there was evidence that the said grant was rather a $60 million loan that the government was hoping to secure from the World Bank for JIDA. Asibi in court Asibi told the court held that in 2011 the services that Asibit was supposed to render, he actually did not render those services.
In fact, there was no valid contract between his Goodwill International Group, GIG then.
So what they were supposed to do, they were consultants to be who were engaged or supposed to be engaged or representing the JIDA group to secure funds for JIDA's work.
Right.
And at the time, he was leading a group of people to secure about 65 million, like Hansen said. During the time, he claimed to have been able to secure the 65 million. But upon records and upon hearing after the court, we are told that 65 million cedis from the World Bank never came. even though he had claimed that he had secured this money. And out of this 65 million, Asibit was given some amount of money per what the contractual agreement was supposed to be, which was somewhere close to $4 million. He took that $4 million. Later on, it came to the understanding of the people or the court that that money was never secured. So the 4 million cedis which Mr. Asibit took from the state, he took it fraudulently. He misrepresented whatever agreement he had with the World Bank, misinformed the state, took the money from the state, and pocketed the money for himself. So that caused this whole issue of the JIDA scandal, where you mentioned earlier that Mr. Abuga Pele, then chief executive of national coordinator of the JIDA, was the one who also agreed and signed off the payment of the money. He was jailed, like you said, but later also pardoned by President Akufo-Addo. And now we have Mr. Philip Asibit, who is the consultant, a private businessman who was jailed alongside Mr. Abuga Pele, also being pardoned by the president today.
So in addition to this, the $65 million initially was characterized as though it was a grant.
Yes.
But rather, it was a loan of $60 million. Now, in the case of Asibit, what happened in court was that a court document revealed that he had made representations that he did consultancy services in securing the $60 million loan. And he was paid in 2011. Meanwhile, the documents regarding the consultancy service or regarding the efforts to secure the loan from the World Bank started in 2013, meaning that he had been paid 2 years earlier,
even
before the supposed consultancy services ought to have been rendered, suggested that he did not render any consultancy services to the state in the first place to have been paid. And as a result of that, that is why he was charged by defrauding by false pretense. Abuga Pele, on the other hand, because national coordinator at the time and had written certain letters and signed certain documents in support of the claim made by Mr. Asibit, he was then also charged and found guilty of aiding and abetting Asibit to defraud the state by false pretense.
But the courts with Abuga Pele also indicated that there was no evidence that he benefited directly from the money. So we need to make that clear.
Very, very important, because his actions at the time may have been negligent or reckless enough to have aided somebody to take money from the state for no work done, but there was no evidence directly to show that he himself benefited from it. Again, some of the other names that we have here, even though not people that we know within the media space, but we know that one Akwesi Al-Hassan, he was convicted of murder and sentenced to death on March 19, 1993. He has been in prison since 31 years, and he is now serving life imprisonment per presidential order. So,
do we know his age now?
Well, his age was not given, but he was sentenced in 1993. He's been in prison.
So he was sentenced to death.
To death.
Yes.
And so it's been reduced to life imprisonment.
Yes.
Very well.
There's Beatrice Ofori. She was convicted of human trafficking on June 6, 2023, for 8 years with hard labor. She's currently 64 years. She also, due to ill health, she cannot move, so a presidential pardon has been granted.
Very well. So the news is that President Akufo-Addo has granted presidential pardon to some 9 persons, including William Atuesien, former chief executive officer of Defunct Capital Bank, and of course Philip Akpina Asibit, who was involved in that JIDA scandal. We'll be having more conversations on this, but I want to take you to the eastern region where the court has upheld the NDC's injunction blocking Ernest Kumi, who happens to be the NPP's parliamentary candidate for Akwatia, from being sworn in as the Member of Parliament for the area. Our Eastern Regional Correspondent Ni Amati Kanaku is joining us now to give us more regarding this matter and, of course, exactly what transpired in court. Ni, thank you so much for your time. What more can you add to this? We know that the court has upheld the injunction by the NDC. We know that the MPP was challenging this injunction. Lawyers for the MPP, represented, of course, by Gary Nimako, were in the region yesterday, praying that the court sets aside this application to injunct the swearing in of Ernest Kumi as Member of Parliament for Akwatia. This morning, we're being told that the Koforidua High Court has upheld that injunction, which will then restrain the New Patriotic Party's parliamentary candidate for Akwatia, Ernest Kumi, from holding himself out as the Member of Parliament elect for Akwatia constituency, and of course subsequently blocking his swearing in by the Speaker of Parliament later tonight. Well, we'll have Ni Amati Kanaku on the lines now. Thank you very much, Ni. Bring us up to speed. What exactly happened in court today?
Thank you very much, Nana. So the news is that Ernest Kumi, who was declared by the Electoral Commission at Tesano in Accra as being the winner of the Akwatia seat, will not be sworn in Parliament today. The NDC sought an injunction on his swearing in, which the NPP lawyer, that is Ernest Kumi's lawyer, Gary Nimako, also filed an application that is late Friday, seeking for the court to quash that injunction today. The judge who sat on the issue indicated that the Electoral Commission's Bosman Asari, during a press conference, indicated that they gazetted 274 MPs elect, which means there is a gazette. Gary Nimako indicated, he argued that that should not be in the case of a gazette. But the judge upheld the decision and then indicated that he's set aside Gary's application, which means that Ernest Kumi will not be sworn into Parliament. That is today. I have with me here the head of legal affairs for the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in the Eastern region, who has been through this case. He has sat on this case throughout. Lawyer Isaac Ninta, welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you.
You have been in court following the process throughout. Tell us what happened in court today, and are you happy by the judge's ruling?
Of course. When the law prevails, things are put in their proper places. Whatever happened at Akwatia was very unfortunate. That is why we are petitioning the court, and we secured an interim injunction order, which was served on Parliament. Pursuant to that, Ernest Kumi was refrained from registering to be sworn in because there is an injunction order stopping Parliament from doing that. Quickly, they came to court on a Friday and they served us with an application looking to set aside the injunction order that had been granted by the court. And they served us to come to court on a Sunday. Honestly, in my 23 years practice as a lawyer, I've never been to court on a Sunday. But we are all officers of the law. Whenever we are called upon, duty call, we have to be there. And so yesterday, we had to put on our wigs and gown, and we came to court. We argued it out. They were insisting that the order of things without jurisdiction of the court. Their application was very confusing. If I may have the time to explain, just maybe in a minute. A motion paper contains the relief, that is your prayers, what you're asking the court to do for you. Then, after the motion paper, we have the affidavit in support. The affidavit support is the fact on which you are asking the court to grant you the prayers or the relief. Now, if you look at the application which they brought before the court, the motion paper is asking for prayers or relief, which are totally different from what is contained in the affidavit in support. And so there was confusion. We have to raise this before the court. Well, at the end of the day, the court adjourned his ruling to today, Monday. Today is the 6th of January, 10 o'clock for his ruling. So we all came here again. He's delivered his ruling, and he has dismissed their application to set aside the interim injunction order. So where we stand is that the interim injunction order, which was granted by the court, dated 2nd January 2025, which restrains Parliament from swearing in and Escumi of Akwatia constituency, continues to operate. It is still operational. And so at this stage, Ernest Kumi cannot continue to hold himself as the MP elect for Akwatia, constituency. He cannot also present himself to Parliament for the purpose of being registered or to be sworn in. All of these actions will be tantamount to contempt. And if that happens, we will proceed with that action.
Gary Namakon, who spoke to me a while ago, indicated that he is not too happy with the ruling of the courts. He called it as biased. What is your point of view on this particular issue? Do you feel the judge was not fair?
The judge was absolutely clear in his judgment, in his ruling. I'm even surprised with the issue of bias. Well, if that is what he's saying, we will meet him wherever he files his processes. It is his right to file if that's what he wants to do. But I doubt whether he can be able to do anything about this because the ruling was right on point. This is a ruling, a solid ruling. And so I don't see how, if it's agreed. Yeah, of course, once a judgment or ruling goes against you, you may feel aggrieved. But you have to look at the substance and see whether it's on point. And for me, sitting down in the courtroom, listening to the ruling delivered by the judgment, by the judge, everything is on point. So I don't see how, if he's aggrieved, he may want to go to the Supreme Court. But whatever he wants to go, it is his right.
Yeah, he said you are going to seek redress.
No problem. And wherever he goes, we will be there to meet him.
Thank you very much for
You're welcome.
Channel 1 TV. So, Nana Tufo, you just heard from the Director of Legal Affairs for the National Democratic Congress in the Eastern Region, lawyer Minka Labi, who has been on the force for the NDC in the region with regards to issues relating to court matters on this particular election in the Eastern Region. Now, when you move to the Fantiakwa constituency, which was also in court today, the sitting judge indicated that he has a personal relationship with both parties. That is the New Patriotics, Apia Kobia, who happens to be the parliamentary candidate for that particular area, that is the Fantiakwa North constituency, and Haruna Apewedu. He said he has personal and close relationship with them, which means that it will not help him in making a saint judgment or on the case without being bringing on his personal relationship with them. So he's recused himself from that case, and then so it means that the injunction which the NDC also went to court to restrain Apia Kobia as being sworn in has also been upheld by the court, and that
we seem to have lost need there, but basically the news is that the Koforidua High Court has upheld the injunction restraining the New Patriotic Party's parliamentary candidate Ernest Kumi from holding himself out as MP-elect for Akwatia, and of course restraining the Clerk of Parliament from swearing him in as MP for the constituency. The Akwatia seat was one of several that were being contested, and we know that that subsequent collation and the declaration was done at the National Police Training School here in Accra, Tesano. And of course, the NDC's parliamentary candidate, Henry Boakye Yadom, sought an injunction in court to restrain the MPP's candidate, Ernest Kumi, from holding himself out as MP-elect, and of course, to block his swearing in into Parliament. Kanaku is back on the line. Ni, if you can wrap it up for me briefly regarding the reports that you were giving us earlier in respect to the Akwatia constituency, and of course the subsequent application for an injunction, which has been, of course, upheld by the court today.
Yes, thank you very much, Nana. So the Akwatia constituency, Ernest Kumi, who was declared by the Electoral Commission at Tesano in Accra, will not be sworn into Parliament today. Now, when we move to the Fantiakwa North constituency, which is also being challenged, the NDC went to court to seek an injunction on the swearing in of Apia Kobia as the MP-elect for the area. Apia Kobia, who was on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, has been challenged, and they brought a case to court yesterday, but the judge decided to give his judgment today. Today, when he sat on the issue, he indicated that His Lordship George Akuffo Addo indicated that his personal relationship with the two parties, that is Apia Kodia of the NPP and Ato Redu of the NDC, will not allow him to diligently perform his duties. So he's recused himself from that particular case and indicating that they are going to get another judge to sit on that particular case. So as it stands now, the New Patriotic Party's Apia Kodia, who was declared by the Electoral Commission at Tesano in Accra, and Ernest Kumi, who happens to represent the people of Akwatia on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, who was also declared by the Electoral Commission in Accra at Tesano, will not be sworn into Parliament today.
Very well. Thank you so much for your time, Ni. Grateful. Neil Ni Amate Kanakua, Eastern Regional Correspondent, giving us updates regarding the matter where the Koforidua High Court has upheld an injunction by the National Democratic Congress to stop or refrain Ernest Kumi of the New Patriotic Party from holding himself out as MP-elect for the Akwatia constituency. This ruling subsequently blocks the Clerk of Parliament from swearing Ernest Kumi in as Member of Parliament for the constituency. We'll come back and have a conversation with you, gentlemen, regarding these matters. But briefly, I want to take our viewers to the Jubilee House, where President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo has met with President-elect John Dramani Mahama to give him a tour of the Jubilee House. Let's see what transpired earlier on.
The whole process of working I'm very happy to see you.
For what has been a cordial and smooth transition. And, we do think that we're quite ready, with the information we have to start to work immediately after we finish the negotiation tomorrow. It is conventional to meet on the last day and as it were take over the premises. The last time I was president, I didn't live here, and so you are the first occupant of this premises. Even though I'm familiar with the geography of it, but I want to thank you for what has been a smooth transition. You can count on us, even in government, that we will continue this spirit of cooperation. So thank you again very much.
Well, the two gentlemen there, President-elect John Dramani Mahama and President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Quite an interesting scene because these two same gentlemen met in a similar instance or situation in 2017, where then John Dramani Mahama was handing over to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, it's the other way around. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will be handing over to John Dramani Mahama. Samir Yafe is our presidential correspondent. Let's find out from him exactly what this meeting is about, what has been said, what is expected to happen. Samir, thank you so much for your time. Briefly explain to us this meeting between the president and the president-elect, and of course, what the objective of this tour of the Jubilee House is all about.
And that, as you said, Nana, basically it was to show Mr. President around the Jubilee House. Mr. Mahama is a very familiar face when it comes to activities here at the Jubilee House. So it was more or less like a ceremonial event sort of, just to show him around and let him know the kind of activities that go on here at the Jubilee House. So Mr. Mahama came in with Vice President-elect Professor Jonana Kofoku Ajiman, Mr. Julius Zebra, who is a former chief of staff at the office of Mr. Mahama. Although they came in with a number of delegations just to have a meeting with President Akufo-Addo, soon to become former President Nana Akufo-Addo, and also to extend pleasantries and just telling the state of affairs as far as the Jubilee House is concerned. The chief of staff at the office of the President, Madam Sema Opare, who is the chief of staff, also gave a detailed account of activities here at the Jubilee House. What basically is done here at the Jubilee House, the staff strength at the Jubilee House, and the activities and everything that goes on here at the Jubilee House. So it was just a formal cordial meeting between the two leaders and their delegation. At a point in time, the media was asked to leave, the meeting ground. So only the two leaders who have, some extensive consultation and meeting, which was behind closed doors. So the meeting has ended. They discussed issues of national interest. Basically, that's what we discussed at this particular meeting.
For the benefit of our viewers, especially those who are just joining us, what was said during that exchange of pleasantries?
Basically, Nana Akufo-Addo welcomed Mr. Mahama back to the Jubilee House, a place that he has operated for a while before, he was voted out in 2016. So he just basically welcomed him and told him that this formal meeting is one of the final, transition periods before the official handing over will take place tomorrow. And Mr. Mahama also took the opportunity to thank Nana Akufo-Addo for a smooth transition. He mentioned that the transition has been smooth so far from day one, since the two leaders inaugurated the joint transition team. It's been a smooth transition so far from that time till now. And so he was thankful for the Mr. Akufo-Addo's involvement in this whole transition period. And then said that indeed he's come back to home, a place he basically calls home because he's been there before, he's been at this particular edifice before, and so it's not new to him, he just come back to home. And so the two just, exchanged pleasantries and then, greeted each other before the media was asked to leave the meeting ground.
Well, Samina, is there any other thing lined up regarding this particular tour of the Jubilee House? Is there any other activity that is expected to happen, if you are aware and able to tell us?
Okay, so from here, they're supposed to go and tour, the official villa or the official residence of the president, and also visit some other offices within the Jubilee House, like the banquet hall, the ceremonial. The banquet hall is more or less like the biggest space here at the Jubilee House, where big events are normally held. And then there's a place they call the ceremonial room. The ceremonial room is basically where the president holds meetings, bilateral meetings with foreign heads of state and the like. So when there's, let's say, something they call credential, that's when foreign dignitaries or ambassadors are designated to this country. That's where the president meets them. And then there's also another venue called the auditorium. That's where smaller meetings are held and where they normally hold bilateral meetings in this area. So these are basically the areas within the Jubilee House where Mahama will call with President.
Thank you so much for your time. Sami Wiafe speaking to us there from the seat of government, the Jubilee House. Sami Wiafe is our presidential correspondent and giving us updates regarding that tour by the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, of course, taking the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, around the Jubilee House. And we had the various facilities or offices that the president-elect will be taking to. So let's go back to our earlier issue. I mean, we're dealing with three different subjects at this point. Let's also remind viewers that there is a fourth, which fourth will have to do with the last sitting of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. We'll be here to bring you live pictures. We'll be taking you there live. We understand that already some of the MPs are trooping in to the House of Legislature, so we'll be going there shortly. But let's deal with our issues as it is now. We've dealt with the pardon by the president for some 9 persons, notable among which are William Atuasian of the defunct Capital Bank, and then, of course, Philip Akpina Asibit from the Jida case. Then we went to the Eastern region, where the High Court has upheld that injunction restraining Ernest Kumi, the MPP's parliamentary candidate, from holding himself out as MP-elect and subsequently blocking his swearing in into Parliament. Yes. It's been a back and forth. They brought the issue all the way to Accra. Yes. There was a declaration here at the National Police Training School, Tesano, but it went back to court. Yes, it went back to court. You know, the incumbent MP, Henry Bachi Adom, who lost the election per the Electoral Commission's declaration
on the 2nd of January, went to court with an ex parte application seeking an interim injunction on the candidate or the elected candidate, that's the Ernest Kumi of the NPP, an injunction to also stop the Clerk of Parliament from receiving the EC's gazetted results of the MPP elected candidate, and also the injunction was to stop the Speaker from swearing in Mr. Kumi as the new Member of Parliament for Akwatia. This was done ex parte, meaning that they went to court alone without notifying the other party.
Exactly.
The court granted this particular application and granted an interim injunction. Not long after, the MPP went to court seeking to overturn the interim injunction, which was given on an ex parte basis at the same High Court. It was the argument of the MPP that, one, they were not heard, two, the case brought before the court was brought wrongly because it was supposed to come as a petition, and per the rules and regulations, it needed to be gazetted. The results needed to be gazetted
after 21 days.
After 21 days, then you come to court and challenge the results.
Within 21
Within 21 days. You come within 21 days to challenge the results after gazette. But what the action taken by the NDC and its parliamentary candidate could not satisfy that particular provision of the law because the results as of then were not gazetted. Also, they were not heard. And their argument was that before the NDC went to the same case before the court, the NDC had gone to court earlier to the Supreme Court, where you remember on the issue of the mandamus, the MPP went to court ex parte, the NDC went to the Supreme Court and said that it was only fair for them to be heard. The High Court, the Supreme Court directed for the case to come back to the High Court for the MPP, for the NDC to be heard. So they also believed that they needed to do the same. They needed to be heard in that particular case. The court heard the case. It was a case of the NDC lawyers also that, look, you did not need to wait for the gazetted results to come to court. They are of the belief that once the election results are declared, you can go to court and challenge it.
Fred, I'll have you pause here. Let me bring in Charles Owusu-Kumi. He's at the Regional Coalition Center of the EC. We know that the Ablekuma North Coalition was put on hold due to some controversy surrounding some, I think about 26 pin sheets, 20 pin sheets or so. We've lost Charles there, but we're working the lines to bring him back on so that we can tie in all these matters regarding disputed constituencies, and then we'll have a conversation. So, but if you can just wrap it up on there, then we'll hear from. Okay, I understand Charles is back. Let me speak to Charles. Charles, thank you so much for your time. What can you report regarding the collation of the Ablekuma North parliamentary results?
Well, currently, that process has stalled because between the NPP so the processes that are so we know that there were some polling stations standing for Ablekuma North. Yesterday.
Hello, Charles. Charles, if you could reposition yourself, there's so much noise in the background. We are really struggling to hear you.
Is it better now?
Much better. And if you could speak up a bit for us, please.
Okay. So we know that yesterday there were some 62 polling stations that were outstanding for Ablekuma North.
Right.
Now, the NPP presented 62 scanned copies of these polling station results, pink sheets, and then the Electoral Commission was able to verify 42 of those pink sheets. The returning officer rejected 20 of those pink sheets. Now, the Electoral Commission itself does not have copies of those 20 pink sheets. So what it did was that they'll take the MPP scanned copies of the pink sheets, compared with those of the NDC, and if the returning officer is satisfied, then he would admit it. So
at the end of the day, he was able to admit 42 of those pink sheets. Now, the commission then suspended the exercise because the returning officer asked for some time. He asked for 24 hours to go think through and then come up with a process to be able to verify the rest of the 20. Now, that is what is supposed to be done today. The NDC, they gave indication yesterday that they were in court. Now, they have secured a stay of the execution on the order of the High Court that mandated the commission to do this collation exercise. So they were not going to be part of the processes. However, today, the commission started with a collation exercise, and then NDC agents came in and raised objections. Now, the returning officer came...
Hello, Charles.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, we seem to be losing you again. If you could up your voice a bit.
So, can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
Okay. So, what the returning officer is doing is that he has gone back to the presiding officers of the various polling stations. So, he's calling them one after the other to come and verify the signatures on the pink sheet, whether it's his or her handwriting on the pink sheet, and also confirm the figures on the pink sheet. They are also made to sign copies of their own signatures so that the commission can also ascertain whether or not those are the signatures of the presiding officers on the pink sheet. So that is the process they are using to verify the rest of the 20 pink sheets that were in dispute yesterday. However, what has stalled the process is the NDC's agents raising objections. First, they raised objections as to why they started the process without them, and raised certain objections to that. That almost resulted in fisticuffs between the NDC's agents and the NPP's agents. That was resolved, and then the processes continued. Now, as I speak, there are disagreements again over certain figures. So that's exactly what's happening here at the Electoral Commission regional office here at Ridge in Accra. The collation is going on, except that intermittently there will be objections, there will be shouting, there will be disagreements, and we're just left with 20 pink sheets for the commission to make a determination on the results of the Ablekuma North Commission. I've just seen the NPP's candidate, Nanepro Usefriye, just come into the collation room. The NDC's candidate, Rabna Oven, I have not seen her today. She was not around yesterday also. So right now, we're just waiting for the commission to either go ahead or, make a determination on the way forward for the Ablekuma North constituency.
So basically, the commission or the returning officer took a 24-hour break to allow for authentication of the scanned pink sheets.
Yes,
right.
Exactly.
And this will have to do because 42 out of the 62 had been resolved, which figures had been reconciled, leaving 20 outstanding.
Yes.
So
and
have all parties...
20,
right, please go ahead.
And those 20, he is doing it with the help of the presiding officers of the various polling stations. Yes.
Right, and have all the parties agreed to whatever strategy or verification process, authentication process of this scanned pink sheet is?
Well, the NDC, they were not even part of the processes from the get-go this morning. So I remember I told you yesterday, the Deputy Director of Elections of the NDC, Dr. Rashid Sanko, he appeared here at the Coalition Center and told us that they had secured a stay of execution on the court orders. So whatever is happening here is illegal, and then ordered the NDC agents to abandon the process. So when we came here for the coalition this morning and didn't find NDC agents, it was not really a surprise. So the whole process today did not start with NDC agents. So I imagine that for the NPP agents who were present, they agreed with the Electoral Commission to use this process of using the presiding officers to verify the pink sheet. The NDC, because, like I said, they were not part of the processes from the beginning, we don't really know for sure if they are in agreement with the processes that the Electoral Commission is adopting to verify the pink sheet.
But as it stands, the reconciliation or authentication of these pink sheets is being done, and so we expect that collation will go on.
Yes, it's been done, but of course there is intermittent, disagreement that usually is that, as per what I have seen, have been raised by the NDC's candidates and stalls the process for a few minutes, and then they go back to the table to go.
This disagreement is between who? The NPP and the EC?
No, the NDC's agent. So the NDC has the agents here now. They came in later.
But this will be against the orders of Rashid Tanko Computer.
Yes. So they have agents here now, despite the orders of Rashid Tanko that they should abandon the process. Yes.
Well, it's quite confusing that they would abandon the process yesterday and then return today. They'd say they have a stay of execution, so it's quite baffling why they are engaging in the process.
Well, that's something we would have to ask them later. Why they are here despite the orders of the deputy director of elections from yesterday. Maybe we'll get an insight as to why they are here later. When tempers calm down and we're able to speak to them.
Very well. So the disagreement, does it have to do with the authenticity of the pink sheets or the reconciliation of the figures on the pink sheet?
So it's quite messy, So sometimes there raise questions about even the admission of the pink sheets that have been presented by the NPP in the scan form, right? So that is something they've been raising since yesterday, and why the Electoral Commission is admitting scanned copies of pink sheets from the NPP. They will also occasionally raise questions about the figures on those pink sheets, and also the processes itself. So, for example, they asked why they have just two agents in there, and they have some of the members of the NDC outside the coalition room, but the NPP would have more than two, sometimes 5 or 6 people from the NPP in the coalition room itself. They make accusations that the Electoral Commission and the NPP are in bed with each other, and they are colluding for the benefit of the NPP. So these are some of the things we hear them talk about.
Aside from the presiding officer, who else do we know from the EC is currently present?
Well, Dr. Sibo Kwaku is here, the Director of Trading of the Electoral Commission. He is the highest ranking officer of the Electoral Commission I have seen here. And there are also other officers of the Commission at the regional level who are also in this room observing the process. But it's usually under Dr. Sibo Kwaku's auspices. He is taking charge of everything that's happening in that room. He spoke to us earlier in the morning and told us why today's exercise was going to happen and what was going to happen in today's exercise, and allowed the returning officer to explain the processes to us. So Dr. Wokaku is here, and he is taking charge of the process, making sure that everything goes on smoothly here at the Coalition Center.
You ask and when you have more update for us. Thank you so much. Also, Usukumi is a man on the beat, speaking to us from the Regional Collation Center of the Electoral Commission, bringing us updates regarding the collation process for the Ablekuma North constituency. We know that 42 out of the 62 contested pink sheets had already been collated, but the EC had to take a break because there were some, if you like, challenges regarding 20 pink sheets. And so the EC or the returning officer had resorted to inviting presiding officers from the 20 polling stations where these pink sheets came from to verify same. Now we understand that these are scanned copies, not the actual copies. And so, well, from Charles's report, the NDC yesterday abandoned the process because their deputy director of I directed the agents to abandon the process because they had a stay of execution regarding that High Court order directing the EC to complete the collation process. But Charles tells us again that currently there are NDC reps there. For me, that's quite...
I mean, I think it's particular with the NDC in Ablekuma North because yesterday 4 constituencies had collation.
Yeah.
The NDC didn't have reps for Tema Central, they didn't have reps for Okaikwe Central, and they didn't have reps for Techiman South. But they had a rep for Ablekuma North. So I think particularly for the NDC in Ablekuma North, they believe that they can still make their case regardless of the setting, whether the setting is for them or against them. They believe that they can make their case, and they think that their candidate, Rabina Oben, actually won the election. And so that is why you would see them there, because I'm thinking that the question that will be in their minds is that if you're not there and the results are collated, those results, properly so-called, becomes the official results. And then if the results are gazetted, then now you have to go through the long haul of an election petition. Now being on the side of a plaintiff, which they are seeking to avoid. They are hoping that their candidate, Rabina Oben, will rather be held as the MP-elect with respect to the previous declaration that was made by the Electoral Commission. And if the NPP indeed has any problem whatsoever with the results, should go through the route of an election petition to get the results set aside. The issues in Ablekuma North is that, if you remember, a school building, that house that was used as a historic point for electoral materials and pink sheets, as we were made to believe, got burnt by some persons that up until now, the Ghana Police Service has not been able to provide any update as to who did that. And so the Electoral Commission itself does not have the pink sheets from their end, as in the returning officer does not have the pink sheets from his end. In another vein, the NDC itself do not have pink sheets, or are not bringing pink sheets to the collation center. The NPP, which beginning of the process had indicated that they did not know where their pink sheets were, have now come out with scanned copies of the pink sheets, and for some of these polling stations even have the original pink sheets in hand. And yesterday, their director of research and elections, Evans Nemako, indicates that they do not want to give out the original pink sheets so that they will be destroyed. And that's why they've given out scanned pink sheets. And when the need arises, they would bring out the original pink sheet for corroboration's sake. And so for the 42 polling stations that were corroborated yesterday, essentially what happened was that the EC depended on the scanned copies and then would interact with both the NPP and the NDC agents to come to a conclusion if that was the figure itself. But for 20 of the polling stations, what happened was the NDC, at the tail end of the collation, we are told, indicated that they have an Excel sheet, and this is according to an interview we had with Nana Ikuya Friye, who is the NPP's candidate in the constituency. According to her, the NDC came out with an Excel sheet where they claimed that they had recorded the results that each candidate obtained in these polling stations.
Right.
One way or the other, the results on the scanned pink sheet and on the original pink sheet of the NPP, where the NPP is winning, on the Excel sheet according of the NDC, according to Nana Ikuefie, I must make this clear.
Yeah.
If she had 150 votes in her pink sheet, and Irabna Oben had 110 votes, on the Excel sheet, the 150 votes
is recorded
Irabna Oben, and the 110 votes is recorded for her. So same figures, but as to who actually is winning the polling station is a difficulty. And so it is not surprising that the Electoral Commission, having tested this model in Domi Kwabenya, where in the Domi Kwabenya, the polling station that was being contested, the presiding officer had recorded the results on the presidential summary sheet training form, which the commission thought that it could not accept. As a result, it ordered for a rerun of that particular polling station. But upon further deliberations, decided to call the presiding officer and the agents to determine if they can resolve the situation. And that was resolved, and Domi Kwabenya was declared in favor of the NDC. And so it is that same approach ultimately that they are using, where they've been able to assemble all 20 presiding officers to now come and take a look at the scanned pink sheets. And if they can authenticate them, then if they can't authenticate them, they go with those figures. Again, if you look at the results recording process, even though there's a specified form that you need to record the results on, the results are recorded on series of forms. And so the political party agents, aside the pink sheets, have their own score sheet when results are declared that they write the results on. And so in our interactions with the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission is hoping to use such mechanisms to corroborate the results and to see that if indeed the results that are on the pink sheet are the exact results that were declared at the polling station, then they will add them to the already collated results and then find a determination. Mind you, the order of the High Court is that the collation should be completed on or before January 6th. And so the Electoral Commission has between now and 12 midnight to complete collation of Ablekuma North. And it, again, I must say that it's not surprising that the Commission has decided to go this route. But the difficulty again is getting the political parties to come to an agreement on what exactly should happen. But importantly, I think that this tells us of how we need to be a little bit detailed in 2028 on the collation process and on the results recording process. Because if you look at our election, the voting period is usually
very calm, very peaceful,
and even counting is calm relatively. But for one or two polling stations, when it gets to the collation center, it's absolutely chaotic.
Usually that's where the problem is.
Even though the law limits the number of people who are supposed to be at collation centers, we've now had issues of political parties rallying their supporters into collation centers. And even the various electoral officers transporting the pink sheets and the ballot papers from the polling station to the collation center, getting access to the collation center is difficult. And so I think that going forward, one thing we need to do is to legislate a step by. I mean, we cannot dictate what should be done at every point in time, but I believe that if we do a step-by-step regulation on what should happen at the collation center and not leave it to the discretion of electoral officers, it may do us some good. In some collation centers, the electoral officers will want to take inventory of all their materials before collation begins, and that shifts the time to sometimes after 12 midnight, after the on the 8th, before collation actually begins in some of these centers. And as we keep the voters in the dark on what the actual results are, the more they get agitated, the more they act the way they act. Again, the issues of the violence that have happened, particularly in Ablekuma North, I can't understand why, till date, we've not decisively dealt with any of the disturbances. Of course, I know we are within a transition period, but the moment we begin to allow these things to happen, and this is an example of how we've allowed lawlessness to operate within our space. When you talk about the disturbances, you are referred to happenings in 2008, you are referred to happenings in 2009, you are referred to happenings in 2017. And so it appears that for every election, it becomes a norm.
Yeah.
Previously, it used to be political party actors going to take keys of public toilets, of toll booths. Now they are going to NPA.
Established
Yesterday we reported of some persons driving or sacking government workers who are in government bungalows from their homes, armed, asking them to move.
Which is quite dangerous.
Very, very dangerous. And we have a situation where the whole Electoral Commission has undertaken an election, and the commission does not have pink sheets to collate its own results because we've allowed political parties and their agents and their members to do what they want. Yeah. Want to ban a whole school, over 1,000 students, we are told, in Ablekuma North. When school resumes, nobody is thinking of where they are going to learn. And the point is that political parties come to power for what? They act for power to be able to govern.
Yeah.
But these same people, their parents, their kids go to these same schools. Government will have to spend additional money. And so for me, the silence on the part of the security agencies respect to these disturbances is one that we need to call out, and regardless of the fact that we're within a transition period, something ought to have happened. And a lot of these disturbances is because we allowed people to take the law into their own hands.
Yeah. Right, Fred. I mean, that's, I was going to say a summary, but quite a lengthy one regarding Ablekuma North. You were on Akwatia earlier on.
Yeah.
So let's finish Akwatia, and then we can put all the disputed constituencies, i.e. Tama Central, Okankwe Central, Techiman South, Akwatia, and then Ablekuma North, giving us 5 now. It's also Fantiakwa
North.
So that makes it 6. So it looks like we are inching back towards to the 9 mentioned by G.
Out
Mensah.
of the 9, 1 has been declared and there's no issue. So it comes back to, it makes it 8 now.
It comes back to make it, right.
It makes it 8. So back to Akwatia. So basically, Akwatia is NDC goes to court, ex-party, files an injunction, gets the court to grant the interim injunction. NPP comes to court and says, no, this injunction is not right. The process is wrong. The petition which the NDC brought is wrong. It needed to go through a different process. Today, the court had the 2 arguments. The court had the 2 arguments yesterday, actually, where lawyers for both parties made their arguments. The NPP believes that you need to come through the proper processes, get the thing gazetted, and now you can petition, bring a proper petition before the court to challenge the results. The NDC were of the view that you don't actually need a gazette. Once the declaration is made, you can come to court and challenge it. Today, the judge pronounced or gave his ruling and indicated that as of the time he is ruling, or he was ruling this morning, there was a video of the Electoral Commission Deputy Chair person of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Bosman Asari, indicating that these constituencies had been gazetted, hence granting the injunction brought by the NDC. So as we speak now, the MPP's parliamentary candidate, or the MP-elect, as declared by the Electoral Commission, has been injuncted by the court. So he cannot be sworn in today by Parliament. But this is quite interesting. Quite interesting in the sense that you would recall that in 2020, a similar issue came up with Asin North, where we had James Jachikwesin. Some few hours before the swearing in, we were told of an injunction by the High Court in the Central Region, in Cape Coast. This injunction, we are told, was served on Parliament. On the day of swearing in, on the time of swearing in, the issue was whether Parliament had been rightly served, and whether they had seen the clerk had been rightly served, and whether there was the process before them. At the time, the clerk said he didn't see the process. So they went ahead to swear in James Jachikwesin as MP for Asin North. It's a similar thing we have now. The issue is, has the NDC gone properly to serve Parliament? If they have, would see what the clerk is going to do, whether the clerk is going to accept whether he's been served properly. Don't forget, in 2020, the numbers were quite equal. At the time, you were not sure of who was going to become Speaker. In this case, the numbers are not equal. The NDC has, as of now, 83. The MPP has 88. We know that Speaker Gbagben has been supported by the NDC to be elected again as Speaker. Will they uphold the decision of the court?
I think that the only difference here is that in 2020, it appeared as though the NDC and James Jachikwesin were not aware of the injunction proceedings. But in this instance,
that was ex parte.
It was ex parte. But in this instance, there's evidence of the NPP's candidate being aware of the injunction application, the injunction that has been granted, because his lawyers have gone to court to even challenge it. And so his lawyers have a certain responsibility ethically to advise him to adhere to the directions of the court, or go to a much higher court, perhaps go to the Court of Appeal, or to challenge or another proceedings to the Supreme Court to stay execution of the injunction. But until then, the candidate himself, by going back to the same High Court to oppose the injunction application, we presume that he's well aware of the injunction and has to respect it. But of course, the NDC would, I believe, would do what is needed to make sure that the clerk is aware of this injunction as well.
Right, quite interesting. I mean, we are waiting to see how it plays out. And
you know, in the same court, the same court had to deal with, I think, a different court, but in the same court premises, had to deal with the Fantiakwa North case, where the judge sitting on the case indicated that he had some personal relationships with one of the candidates or one of the parties involved in the particular case. So he had to recuse himself. So as we speak now, the Fantiakwa case hangs in the balance. We are not sure of what is going to happen. Already there's the injunction, an interim injunction.
There's the interim injunction.
So as to whether the interim injunction will stand or the CJ would quickly now get in a new judge to hear the case and pass judgment today, we wait to see. But as it stands now, that particular case hangs in the balance. And it comes back, like you said, to now the 8 constituencies we have. Today, you recall that in your conversation with Charles, he indicated that the NDC said they had filed a stay of execution on the High Court's decision on the mandamus.
Yeah.
We are told that the court is hearing the case today.
Right.
As we speak now, the court is actually hearing the matter. Whether the court would dismiss or grant that stay, we are not so sure of how it go. So really the numbers in Parliament are not so certain as we speak, as we go into the 9th Parliament and swearing in later at midnight. We are not so sure of how the numbers are going to be, like looking at the number of cases which need to be settled. And most of these cases are being battled out in the courts. So, and the CJ actually also gave a directive that she wanted all election-related cases to be heard swiftly. So with some few hours to the swearing in, we are wondering how the whole thing will be managed, especially with these 8 constituencies that we have and the court cases which we have at hand. What I'm also hearing is that the NDC is also going to court with the Sitorara application on this same 4 constituencies. I'm told the process is being filed, and it makes the whole thing quite complicated. Yes.
But I mean, it's a departure from what we saw in the beginning of the right aftermath of the election, where it became one of a muzzles game. Who can mass up more numbers? And I think that this is more democratic. This is more right, that we allow the systems to operate. We allow the court to operate. Obviously, the courts are there for everybody to use. I mean, if you go to court and indeed your arguments are right before the laws of the court, they are going to listen to you and grant your plea. But obviously, what we know is that for 3 of the 4 constituencies, a declaration has been done. We don't know if the Electoral Commission has gazetted the results yet. And mind you, the candidates, after the results have been gazetted, are supposed to go through a process of registration. And so between now and 11 p.m. when they are supposed to take their seats in Parliament, they are supposed to go through an online registration and then a final physical registration where they would then be issued ID cards as members of Parliament. So issues of determining if somebody can actually even enter into the Parliament to be sworn in, the processes are well outlined. If your results have been gazetted and you go to Parliament and you're able to register and you have access to your ID card, obviously